and Arabic in channel 3. We have interpretation services, simultaneous interpretation services. Please pick the gadgets from our table just there, just near the booths. I said channel 1 will be in English, channel 2 will be French, and channel 3 will be Arabic. So if you need interpretation, kindly pick the interpretation gadget from that table just near the booths. Thank you very much. I am giving you time to pick the gadgets because we are about to start. I have a security announcement.
Thank you very much, Madam. Good morning. My name is Tony. I'm a security supervisor. I'm passing some information to you. It is our policy that we give you a security brief when you are inside here with us. First and foremost, our registration desk helps us with people who are joining us here so that we get the right people who are invited for this conference. Secondly, I would like to show you where our washrooms are. On my left hand, you exit through my left hand. On this very floor is for gents. Then ladies, you take the stairs up. Gents on this very floor, ladies, you take the stairs up. This hall has got 4 emergency escape routes. On my right hand, we have 2. Then on the left hand, we have 2 emergency exit doors. The main one is the one I'm facing straight. In case of an emergency, we have 3 assembly points in Hotel Africana. So our team will be able to evacuate you to the nearest assembly point. For the care of your gadgets you are using inside, we request you to take care of your gadgets, especially phones and laptops. For more details regarding the care of your gadgets, the writing pads on the table has got details. Please kindly open and read the instructions the writing pad the hotel provides. Thank you very much for coming. Welcome to Uganda. Our motto is you come as a guest, you leave as a friend. That is the motto for Hotel Africana. Have an easy day with us.
Can I get your attention, ladies and gentlemen? We start, kindly stand up for us to sing the anthems. First Uganda, then Algeria, and we shall be going on with the program. Uganda anthem, please. Can I kindly ask someone from the Algerian delegation to sing the anthem? Because it looks like we are failing to get it.
الزاكيات الطاهرات قسما بالنازلات الماحقات والدماء الزاكيات الطاهرات والبنود اللامعات الخافقات في الجبال الشامخات الشاهقات نحن ثرنا فحياة أو ممات وعقدنا العزم أن تحيا الجزائر فاشهدوا فاشهدوا فاشهدوا.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Thank you. Thank you very much. It was God's way of making us hear your voice. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Irene Chiza, Public Relations Officer at the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. This session we are going to is going to be directed by my permanent secretary, Mrs. Geraldine Salim Busurwa. I request you to join your hands and welcome her for this session. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Bonjour, our guests from Algeria. Honorable Minister of State for Trade, Honorable Harriet Ntabazi, our members of parliament here in the House, our delegation from Algeria, starting with His Excellency Sherif Khalid of the Embassy of Algeria in Uganda, our Ambassador of Uganda to Algeria, Honorable Alintu Mansambu, our guests, Mr. Kamel Moula, who's the President of the Algerian Economic Renewal Council of Employers Foundation, Mr. Zawi Hossein, Director General, Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Algeria, Ms. Alhem Rahmani, Deputy Director in charge of Africa and for the Ministry of Trade, Amin Amara, responsible for communications and all the protocols from Algeria. You're very welcome, our guests. I would like to start by thanking the people who have made it possible for us, because this has been an uphill struggle for us at the ministry, but there are some members of the business community that have stood with us. And in turn, as I mentioned them, please stand up. That's Afri-Exim Bank. We have got the regional chief operating officer, Mr. Matereke Kudakwashe. Thank you. We have Housing Finance Bank, Uganda. It's a government-owned bank. Is Mr. Mugabe Michael in the house or a representative? Thank you very much, my sister, Angela. Then we have Pearl Diary, Mr. Mole Dawal. If he's got a representative, thank you so much for standing with us. I'm very happy to welcome you this morning. Uganda and Algeria have enjoyed a very long and cordial relationship with so many aspects of bilateral working and solidarity. And also, the two countries have got mutual interests of investments and trade and all the other working relationships in terms of security, sharing business ideas, all in support of the intra-Africa trade under the AFCFTA. I would like to take this opportunity not only to welcome you all, but to specifically thank the government of Algeria for their cordiality. Whenever we come to Algeria, we feel at home. I began to say Algeria is the home away from home for me. Thank you so much. We would like you to also feel at home. Anytime you feel like escaping and relaxing, please come to Uganda. Even if you come for no reason, you're always going to be welcome. Uganda has got a GDP of about 54 billion US dollars, and a population of over 45 million Ugandans. So the population of Uganda and Algeria are almost similar, because Algeria's population is about 54 million people. But when it comes to the gross domestic product, the GDP of Algeria is 5 times that of Uganda, because Uganda's GDP is only about 50 billion US dollars, whereas that of Algeria is over 250 billion US dollars, which means that you have a very high per capita and spending power, especially in Africa. But I wanted to talk about 3 small things which are almost self-made barriers to our relationships. I'll start with the language barrier. Even as I speak bonjour, I feel very strange, because I know that it was neither your language nor mine, but that is the language you will understand. I wish that we only had one language in Africa, and maybe in years to come, the people that come after us may achieve it, that Africa, one language. Who knows? So we will work and communicate through translation services, through translation equipment, just so that we hear each other as Africans. That is so wrong, but I think we can always work towards it. Personally, I don't mind learning Arabica. I don't mind learning Swahili, just so that I can communicate in a language that we all understand each other and we own it as ours. The second thing that I want to talk about is the visas. For us to be able to go to each other's countries, we have to ask each other for visas, visa this, visa that. It is a very good thing where it started, but for where we want to go and what we would like to achieve, we might just be hindering our own relationships. So I'm so glad that we are having these conversations, because they are going to work a very long way in breaking these non-tariff barriers to trade. We can lower the securities on some of these things, just so that we can ease doing business between our countries. The last one I would like to talk about is standards. We have got standards that are set at European level, standards that are set at American level, but what about the African standards? When I was looking at having a meeting with people of the Carrots Association, they said that the only carrots that they would accept is the long carrot straight. But I realized that when I chew the carrot, it's no longer a long carrot, but just a carrot, sweet and orange and full of vitamin C. I think we can make our own standards gifted to us by God and by nature. Once we have got all these standards, we are able to produce what Africa would like for us. So we commend His Excellency, the President of Algeria, Tebboune, forgive me if I pronounced it wrong, as well as His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, because at the beginning of this financial year, of this year, March 2023, they sat down and agreed that where development partners are not forthcoming with support, it's okay. Africa is a country made up of over 1.5 billion people with a lot of money and resources. We can actually thrive and grow off each other. And there they agreed that the business community from Algeria should come down to Uganda. And today we welcome them, because it is the beginning of a future for our countries. So during the visit of His Excellency, the President of Uganda, to Algeria, there were a number of MOUs that were signed, and there were 2 agreements and 5 memorandums of understanding in the fields of trade, energy, tourism, agriculture, animal health, education, and scientific research. His Excellency extended the invitations, and today I believe that some of the members of those sectors are here to do business to business with people in Uganda. And please do not let this bus leave us. Let us take this opportunity with two hands, and we see the prosperity of the two countries. We are glad to inform you that our people are going to stay here with us till the 2nd of October, participating in the business forum and business exhibition. Please feel free to visit the stalls, visit and see what they have to offer, and see what we also have to offer. The Algerian government has expressed interest in a number of products, especially dairy products from Uganda. I can tell you, I have not tasted beef as nice as that from Uganda, even though I'm from Uganda. And we are very happy to share that with you. They've already shown interest in milk products, as well as beef products, fruits and vegetables, coffees, teas, all the beverages of drink to do with staying up, as well as areas to do with mining and all. The milk sector is worth over $500 million US. All that together with the fruits, I think we have got a match. On the other hand, the Algerian government has also expressed interest in supplying Uganda vaccines. They would like to give us machinery, including irrigation equipment, for those who are farming and those who are interested in taking up farming. They're interested in commercial agriculture, oil and gas, renewable energy, and so many more. The only time we shall ever feel that AFCFTA is working for us Africans, we shall feel it in our pockets. Because we can have as many conferences and speak a lot of French and English, but for as long as all that does not translate into something in our pockets, we shall never feel the benefits of AFCFTA. We shall never know the importance of people like Exim Bank who are supporting exports in Africa. We shall never know that anything came out of these meetings that we have had. I therefore raise to you now that under Chamber of Commerce of Uganda and the equivalent Chamber of Commerce of Algeria, we are working out a joint business council, which I believe the members have been nominated, but we have not yet concluded. As I said to you the last time when we had our press conference, the areas are very specific, 10 areas where we are looking. We are looking at the agriculture sector on someone representing some people from beef, the beef industry, the dairy industry, fruits and vegetables, coffee, Uganda Manufacturers Association for the value addition, Grain Council for our grain. You know, we are having a lot of challenges with the East African community, as well as in Kenya, as well as Sudan. We're having challenges on our grain. So Algeria will give us an alternative market, same thing with the milk. We are looking for someone from Bella Wine, because once in a while we would like to enjoy a glass or two. We look at someone from Private Sector Foundation, Uganda, looking for someone from PACID, the Presidential Advisory Committee on Imports and Exports and Industrial Development, and horticulture. Flowers are the flowers of mood, and we cannot do without them. So if we have got 10 people from those sectors, we have sent out the nomination letters, and we are waiting to come out with them. So the people from either side will be able to tell us about those two as we go along in these sessions. So if I quickly go on to the areas of cooperation, this is like a bilateral between Uganda and Algeria, but normally, because we are East African community, we normally do our negotiations under the Guided Trade Initiative, that is GTI. because we normally negotiate as a bloc. But in this case, we are having this bilateral to ease doing business between these two countries. The Algerian government is willing to give us a trade route, which will be a maritime route. Maritime, by that I mean at least something to carry our fruits and vegetables between the two countries by sea. And they're also willing to facilitate an aviation route to work something out with us where things are perishable and they need to move very fast. So I call upon Ugandans to make it economically viable to run these two routes, because if the two carriers end up with no goods and services to transport, it means that it will be uneconomically viable for them to do business with us, and therefore they will not carry on with the service. So please, let us do as much as possible for the areas to facilitate trade between the two countries. I would also like to talk about the 15% on coffee. Now, regarding coffee, we have about 360,000 to 414,000 metric tons, which is about 6.3 million bags, which was the last financial year export for Uganda. We are expecting that this amount will increase by 2030 to about 20 million bags. And we hope that our aroma from Arabica coffee and Robusta coffee, or Ugandan special, should really be going to countries like Algeria, rather than countries where we are given an unfair trade price for our produce. We also have the middlemen who are buying our coffee from us, taking it to Sudan, and reselling it on to Algeria. But now, because Algeria has come to Uganda, Ugandan products will go to Algeria without middlemen hiking the prices and taking the profits away from the Ugandan farmer, from the farm to the fork, to the cup. This new approach is bound to change lives in both countries. We increase production for Algerian market, and we increase what we are taking from Uganda. The compliance is very important, compliance to standards. In Uganda, let us try as much as possible to support 1, scale, 2, quality, and then 3, packaging. Just those 3. If we can tick off those 3, I think we are good to go. We are also trying to work very hard with Uganda Free Zones Authority to make sure that these industrial parks and areas which have been designated for investments from Algeria, as well as the traders, we want to give them free economic zones so that they enjoy competitive prices from the producers of Uganda. So we want to work with them to find out which areas we can put our cold value chains for the fresh produce, which areas we can put free zones so that they also do not feel the pinch of high costs of production when they come. I really call upon the Ministry of Energy to also look at those tariffs for our people who are interested in investment, so that the energy efficiency as well as utilization is reflected in the true costs of doing business in Uganda. These mutual benefits are going to go a long way. We are here for 3 days. I'm at your service. I'm at your service in Uganda. I'm at your service, Algeria. And we are going to try and make sure that whatever barrier it is between our countries is overcome very quickly. I would like to thank my people from the Uganda Marketeers Association, who are led by Mr. Bali Kudembe, who have helped my team and supported them in making all this possible. I wish you very good deliberations for the next 3 days, and I wish you all the very best. And once again, I would like to welcome you to Uganda, and please take time to explore Uganda. We are a beautiful country, but under-marketed. So when you come back and it's not business, we would like to take you out to explore Uganda. And at that point, I hope that you all get homes here and homes in Algeria for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Madam PS. Thank you for your kind remarks. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome His Excellency Alintu Mansambu to give his remarks. Give him a hand clap as he comes. Thank you.
The Honorable Ministers of Trade and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Presidential Advisor, unfortunately I haven't seen him around, I have included him in my speech. Your Excellency, the Ambassador of Algeria to Uganda, the Presidents of the National Chambers of Commerce in the two countries, the CEOs from various companies of Algeria and Uganda, ladies and gentlemen. A few years ago, no one ever imagined that Algeria would open up its economy to Uganda. It's just unbelievable. We want to use this opportunity through His Excellency, the Ambassador of Algeria to Uganda, to thank his government for choosing Uganda as a model of trade and many other things in the diplomatic world. I want, therefore, to take this opportunity to thank His Excellencies, the President of Uganda and the President of Algeria, for supporting us, for their amazing support since the two embassies of Uganda and Uganda to Algeria and of Algeria to Uganda embarked on this commercial trade initiative. I also want to mention that in 2017, I was puzzled by a question which came in from the Ministry of Finance, whereby they asked us to show cause why they should approve our budget as an embassy in Algeria. We looked at the volumes of trade in both countries, and I realized that Algeria was importing coffee worth $50,000 at that time, in 2017, on record, according to the statistics from the Uganda Coffee Development Authority. In 2017, or by 2017, Algeria was importing coffee worth only $50,000. But as we speak now, no, around that time, so I said now, I'm going to start being Mtembei. And when I say Mtembei, I literally mean it. So I started, I asked the Coffee Development Authority, and indeed at this juncture, I want to thank the Uganda Coffee Development Authority for supporting us tremendously. I lost count how many kilograms of coffee samples that they gave us to Koleo Butembei. And then eventually, we saw the volumes rising up, and as we speak now, according to the latest statistics, Algeria is importing coffee worth $90 million, and they are now fifth in Africa, importing Uganda's coffee. Then we embarked on another project, which is the milk powder imports. You know, sometimes it's better to speak less and act more. So the results are here to see, and I use this opportunity to inform the Uganda public that it is very difficult for a country like Uganda to do or to achieve what we have achieved today without the active role of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It's so difficult for us to explain in value terms what we as a ministry do and what we bring to Uganda. But now, when I have an opportunity like this, I challenge you and say, look, nothing like this can happen if the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, through various embassies, is not strategic and active enough to promote Uganda's products. Because now when I go back to the milk issue, the good thing is that the top officials and the CEOs who are involved in the milk business are here. They bear witness of what I'm going to say. Milk, or maybe I put it this way, Algeria has a different set of, a different model of leadership. They believe in all-inclusive social well-being of her people. That's why every year we are always invited to witness the giving away of over 50,000 apartments to people who can't afford to buy them. So when it comes to purchases, and because of their different political setup, it's the government which purchases the goods for her people. Which means that there are rules, just as we do the procurement. So there are rules and laws that govern the procurement cycle of a particular item that the government wants to purchase. So some of these rules are that they have to send out bids. So when they send out bids, a country or a company must show interest, that they are interested in supplying to the government. Now, what happens in the case of Uganda, the president, on one hand, is hunting for the market, but then when it comes to expressing interest, the companies don't show up. And I want also now to mention that the market for milk in Algeria is worth 1.6 billion US dollars per year. At this juncture, there is only one company that actually put in their bid, and they were shortlisted to supply. And this is Amos Diaries. The other companies, they missed the deadlines. In fact, Algeria is so good to us in that they decided, in the case to help Uganda, they decided to even bend the rules. At first, when the president of Uganda requested for an extension of these dates, I extended it to July from May. July approached. Then again, the companies were not ready. Then in August, and that was it. So they closed the bids. So I call upon the companies in the milk industry to take time and study the milk industry in Algeria. And then the second last point I wanted to bring across here is in the area of oil and gas. You see, Algeria is a very interesting country because they make themselves as independent as possible from other countries. And when it comes to oil and gas, they explore their own oil, and they also exploit it by themselves. So they extend, when we approached them about 2 years ago, they extended a hand to us. They extended a hand to us, and they said, we are going to come to join your oil industry, and we have put 6.5 billion US dollars as a budget to support Uganda's oil sector. Now, I still ask myself how aggressive our ministries involved in the oil and the gas are to pursue this offer. That means if we work with Algeria, gone will be days for Uganda to look for, gone will be days for Uganda to look for a funder. We don't need a bank. We don't need before anybody asking for money to build our oil refinery, because they are going to bring the technology and the money. So I'm calling upon all our players out there to be as aggressive as they can. And then finally, we have a challenge of coffee. The permanent secretary mentioned something about it. The Algerian public is complaining that Uganda's coffee, compared to the international market, is very expensive. And we analyzed that one of the things that make it expensive is because of transport and because it's organic and special, and then it's because of the cost of money. So that's why I'm very pleased that the president of Korea, Mr. Maula, has accepted to work with Ugandan partners to remove all these barriers. And then finally, I can't go off the podium without extending our sincere thanks as an embassy. Ordinarily, the embassy should have had at least some bit of a budget and support here. And we haven't managed to do that. But the Ministry of Trade has helped us to coordinate and engage different players. We want to use also this opportunity to extend our sincere thanks to PASIT. That is the presidential advisor on exports. I don't think we would have been able to pull this off had they not helped us to make things happen. Thank you so much, PASIT. And lastly, I want to thank my ministry, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It has not been easy, but the amazing coordination we have put together all the different players under these tough circumstances. And may God reward you abundantly. And as I go back to Algeria in a couple of days, I can assure you, I'm now going to even fight like a wounded lion, because you have shown us interest in what we do. You have shown us support. And we are ready. This is just the beginning. And anyone who wishes who needs help, you are always free to contact us. The way it is set up here, if you need any help from embassies, and I think I needed to mention this because very often we get cases of people stranded and looking like they don't know how to go about business in different countries. But at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, there are always people assigned to different regions. Like now in the case of Algeria, we have people like Ambassador Katurebe, we have people like Ambassador Kamahunje, or you simply just walk into the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and ask for somebody that can connect you to an embassy responsible for a country where you want to do trade. And I hope next time when we meet, we shall be discussing matters to do with Libya and Mauritania, because those countries seem to be forgotten, but the business there is incredibly high. So with those many words, I want to end here. And once again, thank you so much for extending a hand and having this happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Sambu. That has been very helpful. As the ambassador was speaking, more of our guests came in. I would like to recognize the presence of the Honorable Francis Mwevesa, Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. He came in as the ambassador was speaking. Honorable Frank Mwevesa too came in from Agriculture. I'd also like to recognize the presence of Mr. Audrey Rabogo in his many capacities. I want to also welcome Madame Olivia Chigongo. She also came in as the ambassador was speaking, the president of the Uganda Chamber of Commerce. Ladies and gentlemen, I am still happy, and I know everybody is. We have coffee from Uganda Coffee Development Authority just at the back, but we shall also have a working tea. We shall also have a working tea. If you want to have a cup of tea, please go and pick one. Without wasting any more time, I'd like to welcome the ambassador of the Democratic People's Republic of Algeria in Uganda. Please give him a hand clap as he comes.
Assalamu alaikum. First, Master of Ceremony, if you allow me, Master of Ceremony, if you allow me with your permission, I would like to play the Algerian anthem for our fellow Ugandans who aren't familiar with it. Please, if you may raise for the playing of the national anthem. Thank you. Algerian national anthem, of course. Thank you very much. Thank you. Just to make up for the technical problems we had earlier, we couldn't play the national anthem, so now it's done. Thank you very much. Honorable Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, Honorable Minister of State for Regional Affairs, Mr. Mulimba, Mr. Chairman of Presidential Advisory Committee, PASAID, Mr. Odrek, Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, President of the UNCCI, Chamber of Commerce and Industry, fellow Ambassador of Uganda to Algeria, ladies and gentlemen. I would like first, on behalf of the Algerian delegation, extend my thanks to the Ugandan government for hosting these two events and to the hospitality accorded to the Algerian delegation. I am very pleased to see our efforts crowned with the holding of these historical two events in the Algeria-Uganda relations, namely the Trade and Investment Forum and Exhibition. This development comes as a translation of the strong will demonstrated by our two heads of state, Mr. Abdelmajid Tebboune and Mr. Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, to further enhance these relations in the commercial and investment fields. The state visit of His Excellency Yoweri Museveni to Algeria in last March and the critical decision made on this occasion at the highest political level gave a new and a strong impetus to the economic cooperation by laying the legal foundation for the development of various sectors, especially trade, agriculture, energy, tourism, and higher education, as well as planning some important actions such as the exchange of visits between our two friendly countries and the holding of the first business forum that we are attending today here in Kampala, and which I hope will be followed by another one in Algiers shortly. This forum, attended by 59 Algerian companies, is all the more unique and remarkable that with the organization of a products exhibition aimed at showcasing the items that can be exchanged directly, between Algeria and Uganda without going through middlemen, as well as exploring the investment opportunities in the light of the reforms and structuring actions brought about in both countries. Just like Uganda, Algeria advocates for the value addition to its raw materials and the diversification of its economy and its earnings by promoting the non-hydrocarbon exports and boosting the local production of goods and services. The bilateral trade flows are quite weak and need to be boosted for the mutual benefit of the two countries and peoples. The markets in both Algeria and Uganda offer a huge potential for selling the products manufactured locally and, by the same token, securing our national economic sovereignty in the face of the threats posed by external conflicts and pressures. This potential is underpinned by the prospects opened up by the implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, and the utmost importance, Algeria, under the leadership of President Abdelmajid Tebboune, attaches to the strengthening of trade and investment with African countries, notably the friendly ones like Uganda. So it is obvious that the event of today marks a critical step and a huge break in the process of propelling the Uganda trade and investment relations and fostering the intra-African trade, which stands now at just 16% of the continent's global trade. So I am confident that this event will yield very positive results for you as a business people and for our two countries. I wish you the best of luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We appreciate you. A further hand clap for him, please. Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, at this particular moment, allow me to invite the Presidential Advisor on the Presidential Advisory Committee on, let me read it so I can be sure, on exports and industrial development. I was going to say on the economy. But anyway, yeah, he's the Presidential Advisor. But he's the chairman of that committee, which we call PASAID. And the name is Mr. Audrey Krabogo. He has in his hand a coffee from Uganda Coffee Development Authority.
The Honorable Ministers, the Honorable Mwebesa, Minister for Trade and Industry and Cooperatives of Uganda, Minister Francis Mwebesa, Minister Frank Tumwebaze, Agriculture, Minister of State, my sister Harriet Ntabazi, Trade, Minister Mlimba, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs. We have a full house of ministers, so I'm thanking them for being here and attending this session. Now, the Ambassador Walid, I just want to thank you. I wasn't here, but I saw this very patriotic act you did. I would do it to the high heavens myself if it isn't done. So I apologize on behalf of the organizers if they have not, but thank you for doing that. Ambassador Sambu, my brother, who does not grow old, keeps looking young. The PS of Trade, the President of the Chamber of Commerce Industry in Uganda, Mr. Mula, the head of the delegation, private sector people who are here, ladies and gentlemen. So I like history, and I do all my presentations that way, because if we don't steep ourselves from where we come from. We have no ground to look to the future. So I'll take a short time, but I will run you through this so that those of you who are young, who are not as old as me or who don't care about history of Africa, can learn something today. So we understand where that country is, and I hope you started this the right way, because it starts otherwise. So we know this population. I don't want to take a lot of time. I want to know if we recognize this person. Not the Algerians. I just wanted the Uganda ones, if they do. This is the late Ahmed Ben Bella. Good. Ahmed Ben Bella led huge political strategy out of Cairo from 1954 to 1962 during the Algerian Revolution. And he led that country. And this was his closest ally. Does anyone know him? Gamal Abdel Nasser, Egypt. Mwalimu we all know in Uganda, Nyerere for Tanzania, and then this man, the late Samora Machel. Now, why am I mentioning these people? These people, in the period between 1950 and 1970, actually up to 1979, when Angola became independent, even Zimbabwe in 1980, they did two fantastic things. They worked together on developing a strategy, especially the older ones. This one was younger. He was 10 years younger than them. And made Algeria the training ground, the teaching ground for how you fight to regain your freedom. And without them, we wouldn't have this man. Because it is Samora who went to Algeria, sent by Nyerere, that later influenced this gentleman. But one of the least spoken about is this one. Who knows this one? This is Frantz Fanon. Frantz Fanon was the author. He was a doctor from the island of Martinique, but he would go from Paris and settle in Algeria, and he wrote some of the most fantastic, I would call them ideological dispositions on how to fight a guerrilla war, but also said some interesting things that Africans are scared of taking over because they think that if you shoot a white man, he won't die. He doesn't have red blood like any other. He was very, very dramatic in his writing. But his writing influenced the next set of generation of leaders. And those of us who were in universities in 1990, we read The Theory of Violence for Liberation from this man. All this is Algeria. Now, so I just want you to know that this country sits below Southern Europe. Let me just leave history. I'll bore some of you who don't want to know history. Sitting in Southern Europe means that this country almost is like a basket in terms of trade, holding Spain, France, Greece. So the technologies, the interaction that happens in Southern Europe, this is the intermediator as Algeria. And those of us who are trying to sell coffee, dairy products, fruits and vegetables in those countries, how about understanding the behavior, the tastes and preferences of this intermediating country called Algeria? But also below it sits on one of the fastest growing regions of the world, Sub-Saharan Africa. And if you look at the numbers, average annual growth above 5% for East and Central Africa. I'm sure for Uganda we've been 6 to 7% until 2020 when Corona hit. And these countries are less urban, meaning that construction, warehousing, transportation, these are still areas of need, and our consumption is going up, as I will show you. When a country is less urban, it means it has many unmet needs. Why do I say this? Africa in 2040 will have 500 million people living in urban areas. 70% of them are sub-Saharan. And if you are not in that market today, these are not Odrex figures. This is McKinsey report of last month. If you are not in Africa now, sub-Saharan Africa, you will struggle with culture, language, infrastructure if you get in late. Now, they are less reliant on oil and gas, these countries in sub-Saharan Africa, meaning that their economies are a little resilient even when commodity pricing goes down. They need diversification of products and markets. That diversification is very important on both sides because we know what Algeria does and what sub-Saharan Africa does. But we understand young people these days creating new businesses online that become mega billion businesses, but we don't have those in sub-Saharan Africa. So just to give you an example, 350 million businesses in Africa today, last month, that are $1 billion worth of sales every year. I think Kenya, Ambassador, I will introduce some of my colleagues. Kenya has about 1 or 2. Uganda has somewhere around 900 million coming there. But Algeria, as number 4 economy in Africa, has a number of these. But $350 billion worth of sales companies are not enough because the West has trillion-dollar companies, 1 or 2, that you know very well. So to diversify our products is great, and this conversation, I'm hoping in the next 2 days, allows us to do that. This is Uganda, so you can imagine, just 4.5 years ago, we were importing $7.8 billion, we are now at 10.5. Consumption is going up, meaning imports are going up, and some of us worry because they need to match exports. Our export per capita is very low. And the reason I am here, as per said, as advisory committee to the president, is that we put our hand in the future and disrupt this. And as I will show you, sort of restore trade within Africa so that what is going in the Far East can be done with our African brothers under the common market for Africa. So just take a look at Algerian imports. So our colleagues from Algeria know this, so I'm speaking to you Ugandans. Just look at what I highlighted in red. Cereals, dairy products, sugar. Some of these are on our 13 strategic products that we're aiming to get $6 billion by 2028, as I will show you. Where I put red, it means that Uganda has some sort of comparative advantage. Competitive advantage, not yet. Those two things are different, and that's why we want some partnerships. I have people in here who export fruits and vegetables for a long time to Europe. I think Kanyije is here, Mahmoud is here. They need to have conversations on how to sort of divert part of that trade into this market. I have some infrastructure people here who will ship out of Entebbe as if it's Mombasa. So I want to introduce those to you. We're very practical at Pasaid. We don't want to, too much noise. We want to get the numbers right. So take a look at those figures and think about them and see if Uganda, this is our export structure in 2020, before Corona. Look at that, 43% is minerals and precious stones and gold, some of it coming from the region. 14% is coffee, is tea, is spices. So I have this statistic for Algeria. I need your help to confirm it. I'm told you import 6,000 containers annually of green into Algeria. That's about 300 a month. You roast and ground and drink and re-export this coffee. How true those numbers are, I need to verify. And Ambassador Nsambu, the idea is that we can convert some of those. We know we are not going to end green very quickly, but I want to take 10% of that in a month and see if I can roast and grind and package at our free zone in Entebbe and ship from Entebbe as if it's Mombasa. I have had some people who have reverse engineered the import process and made it export. They're in the room. Now, if you look at fish, 3%. These things I'm highlighting in red are things I think we could deal with in Algeria. 2.4%, just look at that minuscule $100 million against $2.8 billion of your imports. Even if you give me just 10%, even 5% of that 2.8 in sim, in groundnuts, in particular products, I am happy as a country. 2.3% cocoa. The Honorable Minister of State for Trade comes from a cocoa growing area, and we have some brands in Trader Joe in the US, in the UK. We want to put some of these brands to you if that's acceptable. Look at mineral fuels, I'm taking a lot of time. Look at dairy products, buds, natural honey. So we do around 200,000 metric tons of natural honey. No, about 10% of that. And the US takes our honey. We want to divert part of that to Algeria. Look at the sugars. Last time I had a conversation with the Minister of Trade on Sugar Council, which we need to set up urgently so that we know what is it we consume domestically, what is it is excess for export, so that we can look at this market and really put some of that sugar there. Okay? That's salt and others. So wherever I put red, Ugandans, take a look at that, because I think it's important that we are able to put some of those on the market. Okay, so these are our destinations. Last 3 years. UAE, 44%. Kenya, 11%. South Sudan, you look at the numbers. Congo, 6.4%. Look at Italy. I want part of that diverted into, for a higher return, into our brothers in Algeria. It's very small. Keep telling people, when I was last in Serbia, I asked a waitress, where does your coffee come from in this hotel? Without blinking an eye, she said, Bologna. I said, Bologna does not grow coffee. We have very good coffee from Sironko. All we need is to process it for you and give it to you. Look at Germany, where I put red. I think we could divert a bit of that trade once we deal with logistics, transportation, and the standards you require. Look at Belgium. So where I put red, I think we could have a conversation. Now look at the sources of imports for Uganda. China, 16%, $1.3 billion. India, look at that. Kenya, I have no quarrels. Tanzania, no quarrels. Look at UAE. Okay, look at Japan. Now, I'm not worrying about those African countries, but just to tell you, where I put red, if I combine them, it is almost 40% of our imports. It is $2.6 billion, which is more than 50% of our exports. That's the trade that bothers me, because we give so little to them, they give us everything. And we think this should be diverted on the continent, starting with Algeria. Okay? So, these are our targets. 2028 is not too far, $6 billion. So we're struggling with this, to digitize all our export documents, for example, to make sure that certification is good, to ensure that we know what did we sell last week. It's not URA, it's not UBOS, it's all these institutions all over. We're trying to create one spine so we can know what is it we ate yesterday and what is it we sold yesterday. 2062, we take a long span. Whoever is not here in 2062, no worries, it's okay. The country will be here, Africa will be growing, and we're aiming at 100 billion. So we take a long-term trajectory so that we're not locked in the now only. We put our hand in the future. So if you take a look at the 4 interventions quickly, and I resume my seat, markets. We're conducting research in Algeria as I speak. I think we started last week. We want to know your tastes and preferences. We want to know what you eat, how you eat it, what language, what customs, so that we do not give you stuff that we think goes to India and ends with you. We are setting up trade representation, so we have 7 trade reps across the world. One of them from Serbia is here. We want a trade rep who works with your council the Business Council that Olive Chigongo has spoken about, to ensure that we can follow through. And the second intervention we're making is to mutual recognition, standardize our conformity rules so that Honorable Tumwebaze, who's here, what he does with cows, for beef and dairy, what he does with crops, we can conform to those standards and say, this document represents the global standard for what comes out of Uganda so that we eliminate NTBs. I can go on and on and on, but these are, so the third one is infrastructure. So yesterday, we began the process with the free zone at Entebbe to convert it into Mombasa so that your paperwork, your multimodal road combined with sea is all done at Mombasa. I am happy we are launching more arrivals for Uganda Airlines. Yesterday, we launched Mumbai. Next, Nigeria. Next, we want Algeria. Next, we want London. Eh? But we're not landing Ugandans. We want to bring Algerians and other people here because we're not just brothers. The brotherhood I showed you of the 60s should be translated into commerce. It can't be nice to speak about history if we can't convert it into jobs for young people. That's what we really aim at. Eh? It's not history for history's sake. It is history with a purpose. So all this infrastructure, aerodromes, we're working on them quickly so that we make this easier for tourist arrivals. Eh? And then the fourth one is we're setting up an export credit fund. Afrexim Bank is here. We had on and off conversations because we had not figured out strategically how to run this. Now we are somewhere. The government of Uganda is convinced that Chinese cannot find a market in Africa. I'm using Chinese as an example. They are our brothers. Eh? They find a market for plastics. They borrow at 1.2%. For me, when I want to supply avocados, I borrow at 19. It's impossible. And so we are working on setting up that fund to underwrite invoices of exporters. Eh? These are the 13 key products we are focusing on. You can see fruits and vegetables. You can see meat. You can see banana flour. It's not 13, it's more, but we didn't want to be everywhere and nowhere. Each of these products is a wild animal on its own that needs to be tamed from standards to funding. This is what we are working on, and our team is here. I'll ask them to stand when I close, so that when we go into breakout sessions, you can have one-on-ones. I'm hoping we can have matchmaking session before we leave. Huh? So what are the next steps? I'm really looking forward to a joint business council. What's the work of this council? That we get Chamber, we get PSFU, we get UMA, all these groups to work under one strand and say, what are the trade barriers we face? What's the transportation charge to Algeria? I now know that you can take 4 days from Mombasa to Algiers with a ship. But can't we lessen that if we know which ports of call these ships are going to and what they are carrying? Eh? So, Joint Business Council, I'm hoping we can form this as the next step. We want to announce these research results in February of 2024. My preference is we do it in Algiers so that you can qualify or say, we've done this with UNDP. You can qualify whether this is right or not. And then we have the Uganda version done. So we want to deal with this question of logistics and shipping. So I want to ask Ambassador Kilonzo to stand. My brother Ambassador Kilonzo is former ambassador of Kenya to Uganda. I have kindly asked him to meet with the president and allow him to help us on non-tariff trade barriers with Kenya, with us in Uganda. We know when you say that what it means. Eh? And he has been kind to bring me a company called Compact. If you could stand, Kamau. I want them to see you so that when we close, you sit at the back and see. If you have to ship flowers or grain from Uganda to Algeria, what does it take? What does it cost? How long? How do you use the road and the sea to get us there? This is not for Algerians only, but for Ugandans to know. So this for me is something we need to focus on. And then finally, this question of alignment. We can't talk about FCTA in words, but we really kind of keep putting barriers. Uganda is a very open economy, and we assume for Africa to have a geopolitical role, to grow its jobs, to give confidence and trust to its young people, this has to be a deliberate effort. That I know I will lose some jobs when I bring here something from Algeria. Yes, lose the jobs in the temporary run, but gain them over a long haul. The same with Algeria. That's the conversation we want to have. So I wanted to, this is our team at Pasaid. So Pasaid team, can you just stand? Because I'm all over the place. I want to, where's Brenda? Brenda Opus and her team. All of you just come and stand here in front so that they can look for you. All of you, just stand there so we can see you. And I have put some numbers. Ambassador Warid, I'll give you this presentation. Huh? Put those numbers so that we are able to follow through. Now, so before I resume my seat, let me thank Ambassador Rosa Malango. And I want her to stand up. Huh? Ambassador Rosa Malango was a UNDP rep here. She went to New York. She made a personal decision to come to Uganda and become a citizen of Uganda. And she's the President's Special Envoy on International Projects. And I have said, you come under Pasaid so that we can make sure we have industrial parks. They've got money from Provident Funds in the UK and the US, and it's important that these industrial parks you're working on, our brothers get to know you. But what more? She's the one who helped me with all this design you see on the tables, with all the bags. So I wanted to thank you publicly so people can see you. And okay, so that's the Pasaid team. The first gentleman, Olive, will sit on the Business Council. That gentleman first. Brenda is the first, is the one whose number I gave. That gentleman there, Moses, heads Uganda Connect. Next one, Mahmoud, you will have a conversation with the other group on logistics. Huh? And this is our team of young people in media. The other young lady behind there does standards and compliance. Alan is on the presidential directives. Huh? Please go and sit. So don't blame me now if you say Rwabogo is not taking calls. So let me ask you, gentlemen, my commitment is that this day will never come back. The 30th of September 2023, gone in the history of mankind, will never return. I just want us to put it to use with our brothers and sisters from Algeria and ensure that, one, we commit on capital attraction into our companies. Please open up your companies. They are small. If these people want to invest with you, remove the hinges so that they can take controlling stake in these businesses and they become their businesses. It becomes very easy to sell to them. It also becomes easier to trust your market and to divert some of the trade in Southern Europe that I showed you. Number two expectation is that government plays a role of regulation, but it also plays the role of timely decision making. Decisions that are not made in time are useless. They're a waste of time, waste of tickets, waste of hotels, waste of food. So if Africans can't speak freely to themselves, who do we want to speak to freely? Europeans? They need to know that the decisions we are making, we will be held accountable. Last night we had a meeting with the president until 11. We told him we are going to meet Algerians, and we're making a commitment as ministries of trade and agriculture that whatever we agree on as private sector, it should be done. If it is not done for us as Pasaid, we move on because we have no time to waste. The private sector know how we operate. So number three outcome is that we can be very intentional, very deliberate on studying the tastes and preferences of our brothers and ensure that we know what to supply them. And we cut down the fat in between supplies and ensure that when they ask for standard A, we give them A++. It is going to take a lot of work, but we have no other choice. The next generation will blame us if we waste this day. I hope all of you have this catalog. It has a few of the companies that we have qualified. We've trained them for the US market. At least on a scale of 1 to 10, I can say this company, 7 out of 10, can follow through, can commit, and you can work with. We have also put Algerian companies. We want to make this 10,000 farms, 10,000 companies. Huh? That's our target. Huh? Tonight, we have dinner at Sheraton. I hope, Brenda, can I announce it? We have dinner at Sheraton for all invited, because I was not in Algeria. The ambassador left me behind. But now I want to treat him to good dinner so that next time he takes me, okay? So that you have a meal, and the president is aware of all this. That's why he has sent these ministers to be with us. So forgive us for whatever has not gone very well. Trust us for what has gone well, that we will make this work through our sister Olive Chigongo, Chamber, and your side, and through our ministers and private sector. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rawogo. I think I'm also coming to Sheraton somehow. Let me stand here like this. I think it's better. I would like to announce the presence of just 2 people that have been standing a lot as foot soldiers in trade. I want to recognize Madame Prudence Okonika. She does very beautiful wine, Bella wine and juices, and also hibiscus flowers packaged properly. We also have another lady, Madame Lucia Nambiru. She has represented Uganda in so many areas, and she does sweaters, beautiful, beautiful sweaters. I also own one. At this moment, ladies and gentlemen, I have a small tweak in the program. I'm going to invite, allow me to read the name, Mr. Kamel Mula, I hope I get it right, the president of the Algerian Economic Renewal Council Employers Foundation. Please welcome him with a hand clap. As he's going to speak, I want to remind you that our tea is ready. On both sides, there are people serving tea with something to eat. Take a break as we work. Thank you very much.
Bismillah. Bismillah, wa salam ala rasulillah. Messieurs les ministres, Excellences, Messieurs les ambassadeurs, Monsieur le Président de PACED, Madame la Présidente de la Chambre du Commerce, Mesdames et Messieurs, c'est avec beaucoup de plaisir que je prends la parole devant vous au nom du Conseil du renouveau économique algérien que je préside et au nom des opérateurs économiques algériens. Mais je voudrais tout d'abord remercier chaleureusement Monsieur le ministre du Commerce, de l'Industrie et des coopératives, Francis Mwebessa, pour son chaleureux accueil de la délégation algérienne présente à ce forum économique. J'adresse également mes vifs remerciements à Monsieur l'ambassadeur de Uganda à Alger et Monsieur l'ambassadeur d'Algérie à Kampala pour avoir facilité au maximum l'organisation de ce forum économique. Et enfin, je remercie l'ensemble des opérateurs économiques ougandais et algériens qui ont pris sur leur temps pour échanger et faire plus ample connaissance. Ce forum d'affaires fait suite à la visite d'État dans mon pays de son Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la République, Monsieur Youari Mozivni, désolé si j'ai accroché le nom, qui nous a fait l'honneur, et j'ai eu l'honneur de le rencontrer à Alger. Notre président de la République, M. Abdelmajid Tebboune, s'était engagé à renforcer les liens économiques et commerciaux entre nos deux pays. Comme vous le constatez, l'Algérie tient toujours ses promesses, puisque nous sommes avec vous, à vos côtés aujourd'hui. Nous croyons fortement à l'importance de la coopération sud-sud. L'Afrique est notre continent à tous et nous appartient de travailler ensemble à son développement. l'Algérie est à même de reprendre aux besoins du marché ougandais en termes de matériaux de construction, de denrées alimentaires, de produits pharmaceutiques et de plusieurs autres produits. Et par ailleurs, nous sommes preneurs pour importer d'Ouganda des produits tels que le café, la viande rouge et encore la poudre de lait, vu leur prix compétitif et leur qualité. Moi, je voudrais seulement m'arrêter un petit instant par rapport à mes confrères qui ont dit tout à l'heure, ce sera Monsieur Excellence l'ambassadeur ougandais à Alger. Donc on parlait tout à l'heure que on va accompagner les entreprises ougandaises à exporter en Algérie. Mais à un certain moment, les bateaux qui vont venir, puisqu'il y aura essentiellement une ligne maritime, et j'espère qu'elle sera ouverte pour faciliter l'échange, le bateau doit partir rempli et revenir rempli. Donc ça veut dire qu'il faudra à un certain moment qu'il y ait un équilibre entre les deux parties. Tout au long de cette matinée, nous allons certainement découvrir d'autres opportunités qui s'offrent à nous, à nos entreprises. Je veux également partager avec vous mon ressenti en qualité d'industriel qui vit, entreprend et prospère en Algérie, comme l'ensemble des chefs d'entreprise algériens présents dans cette salle. Je voudrais d'abord parler du climat des affaires dans mon pays à travers ce prisme industriel. Mon pays est en plein renouveau économique et ce n'est pas un simple slogan. C'est une réalité que je vis au quotidien et qui se traduit par des faits concrets. Le climat des affaires s'est nettement amélioré et continue à s'améliorer de jour en jour grâce à la détermination de notre président de la République et aux réformes structurelles engagées par notre gouvernement. Le plan d'action du gouvernement consacre ses orientations à la levée de toutes les contraintes de nature à entraver l'essor de l'entreprise et de l'investissement productif au plan des procédures et des délais. Ainsi, les efforts consentis par mon pays dans la diversification de son économie à l'adaptation de sa gouvernance économique lui donnent de nouveaux atouts qui complètent notre privilège géographique d'être en même temps une porte vers l'Europe, mais aussi vers l'Afrique. La concertation permanente et active entre nos pouvoirs publics et les opérateurs économiques a permis de rétablir la confiance nécessaire pour œuvrer au développement économique dans notre pays. Cette confiance est palpable et se traduit au moment où je vous parle par plus d'1 millier de nouveaux projets d'investissement déposés auprès de l'Agence algérienne de promotion de l'investissement, sans compter les projets d'extension. Se rajoutent à ce nouveau contexte des éléments fondamentaux à la compétitivité. Une main-d'œuvre qualifiée, un coût réduit de l'énergie, un développement important des infrastructures routières, aériennes et maritimes. Voilà donc l'environnement dans lequel les entreprises algériennes se développent et qui permet aujourd'hui une augmentation exceptionnelle de nos exportations hors hydrocarbures. Nous sommes ici aujourd'hui pour vous proposer de partager cet environnement avec vous, car malgré tous nos atouts, et les vôtres comme les nôtres, nous avons besoin, dans un monde en perpétuel mouvement, il est important de mutualiser investissement et savoir-faire pour permettre à nos économies de ne pas se laisser abasourdir par les géants économiques. Dans mon pays, nous avons des axes de progrès économique réalisables dans des délais très raisonnables. Le premier concerne directement l'investissement autour du développement d'une industrie autonome productrice d'intrants. C'est le cas pour la production des dérivés du pétrole tels que les énergies, l'agriculture, le plastique, le textile, l'industrie automobile, l'emballage, l'agroalimentaire, articles ménagers et autres. J'en passe. Le second concerne la conquête commune des marchés extérieurs par le biais d'une alliance industrielle. Nous pouvons produire ensemble en organisant une première transformation dans un pays et une seconde transformation pour obtenir à des produits finis destinés à nos marchés et à l'international. Cette forme d'alliance a pour valeur ajoutée de créer et fixer les emplois dans chacun des deux pays, de nos deux pays, et mettre nos relations sur la voie d'une croissance durable et inclusive. Pour réaliser cette ambition, nous devons intensifier nos efforts pour libérer les initiatives de coopération et de partenariat. Dans ce cadre, nos organisations patronales sont prêtes à vous accueillir en Algérie et vous accompagner dans la recherche des meilleurs partenaires. Je souhaite que la session B2B qui suit sera riche en échanges entre les opérateurs économiques des deux pays. Et j'espère vous revoir bientôt, nos amis ougandais à Alger, pour leur faire découvrir nos entreprises et nos partenaires et nos partenariats. Merci et à bientôt, j'espère.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Another hand clap. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome the Honorable Minister of State for Trade, the Honorable Harriet Ntabazi, to give her remarks. Please give her a hand clap.
Thank you so much, the Master of Ceremonies. A very big hand of applause to the Master of Ceremonies. I'm going to take us through the second step, session of the ministers. And I would like to thank you so much, Ugandans, who have come in very big number to welcome our dear friends from the Democratic Republic of Algeria. Let's take the same opportunity to welcome in a very big and loud clap our visitors, our friends from Algeria. Ugandans, please. Yes. When we went to their country, the hospitality they gave us, the love, everything that they did to us, we've never exhibited this elsewhere. The Uganda will always cherish you, and we shall always raise your flag high. Thank you so much. Now, without wasting any time, we are going to hear from a few ministers, but very, very relevant ministers. My name is Harriet Ntabazi, the State Minister for Trade, Industry and Cooperative, overseeing trade of Uganda to other countries. For the Algerian team, je m'appelle Harriet Ntabazi. Je suis ministère du commerce. I don't know now. Yes, I think you've understood, eh? Yes, I've tried my level best. So, we are going to hear from the First Minister of State for Regional and Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Uganda, who is none other than the Honorable John Mulimba. Please join me in welcoming the Honorable John Mulimba. And is John Mulimba, as he comes, is the very reason we are gathered here, because he broke the ice. When we were searching for markets, he broke the ice and paved this way to Algeria. So this is the time for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, my colleague, Minister Ntabazi. The head of delegation from People's Democratic Republic of Algeria, our ministers, Minister Frank Tumwebaze of Agriculture, Minister Mwebesa Francis of Trade, my colleague, Minister of State for Trade, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Trade, the head PASAID, President Chamber of Commerce, Uganda, Excellencies, the ambassadors of Uganda to Algeria and that of Algeria to Uganda, the private sector players from the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria, our visitors, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. I will begin my remarks with a quote by former President of the United States, Harry S. Truman, and in the quotes, "It is amazing what you can accomplish if you don't care who gets the credit." End of quote. I am honored to address this gathering as we welcome our dear brothers and sisters from the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria at the opening of the Uganda-Algeria Trade and Investment Forum. I wish to thank the organizers of this forum for working so hard and successfully implementing the directives of our two principals, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni and His Excellency Abdelmajid Tebboune, as agreed upon earlier in the year. It is exactly a year ago since I undertook a visit to Algeria to follow up on the request made by His Excellency General Museveni to his dear brother, His Excellency President Abdelmajid in 2020 for Uganda's milk and milk products to be granted tax-free access to the Republic of Algerian market, and also discuss other pending and emerging issues between Uganda and Algeria with a view of promoting overall bilateral relations between our two sister countries. The attitude, speed, effort that our political and technical teams have accorded this matter is hugely commendable. I think they deserve a big applause. As we are aware, Uganda and Algeria have continued to enjoy warm, cordial historic bilateral relations since the 60s. Our two nations have remained seized of the need and obligation to have them strengthened further for the mutual benefit of our countries and the peoples by revitalizing engagement at the highest level in the recent years. Algeria has emphasized political consciousness as an instrument to defend the interests of developing countries. Such attitude places Algeria squarely among the revolutionary states. It is indeed this true Pan-African thinking of our two leaders that has given us such mileage in a short while. Currently, the governments of Uganda and Algeria are working on the following issues aimed at facilitating and fast-tracking business, investment, and trade between our two sister countries. Number one, ratification of concluded agreements and MOUs in the fields of agriculture, animal, tourism, trade, energy, higher education, scientific research, just to mention. Algeria agreed to grant Ugandan powdered milk tax-free access to its market, estimated to about $500 million US. Uganda and Algeria initiated discussions to have a preferential trade agreement to be agreed upon to allow both countries import and export selected products directly and free of levies, for instance, milk, coffee, among others. Direct air linkage between Uganda and Algeria to facilitate trade through inclusion of bilateral air services agreement. Bilateral cooperation in the field of education as one of the strategies of consolidating Uganda's human resource development efforts with an additional 500 scholarships. Establishment of an Algeria-Uganda Business Council through conclusion of an MOU between the respective chambers of commerce and industry. And finally, establishment of a cooperation framework between respective national investment promotion agencies for facilitation and promotion of bilateral cooperation on investment matters. As our countries continue to leverage existing platforms to share dividends that will accrue from the bilateral cooperation in the various agreed areas, it is imperative for them to advance interests, especially economic and commercial, that may not require legal complexities and procedure. Preferential market access opportunities in selected sectors as alternative regimes for chosen products would go a long way to bolstering business and trade between our two sister countries. As mentioned earlier, Algeria agreed to grant Ugandan powdered milk tax-free access to its market of an estimate of $500 million over a period of time, as long as the requisite sanitary and health conditions for doing so are met. These visits by our colleagues from Algeria and the holding of a business exhibition alongside this forum should constitute a fact-finding mission aimed at addressing the existing trade imbalance between our two sister nations. By bringing together trade investment policymakers, key business communities, and trade support institutions from Algeria and Uganda, this forum will provide a perfect platform to network, exchange experiences, and explore win-win investment and trade opportunities that exist between our two countries. We look forward to a fruitful deliberation and successful outcomes. Ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude, permit me, on a special note, request the ambassador of Uganda to Algeria to stand up for special recognition and also pay tribute to him for the special and serious contributions he has made towards this endeavor. In a similar vein, permit me to request His Excellency, the ambassador of Algeria to Uganda, who has worked very tirelessly to see that we are here today and also see the fruits of this struggle. Your Excellency. La délégation algérienne, je vous souhaite la bienvenue en Ouganda. Je connaissais pas de français, mais ces jours-ci, j'oublie. Mais permettez-moi de dire quelque chose en français. Et je voudrais dire, désolé de ne pas chanter l'hymne national algérien au départ. Désolé. I wish the translator could not say that to Ugandans, because I made a mistake. I should have requested for that first. Je vous souhaite la bienvenue, frères et sœurs de la République algérienne démocratique et populaire en Ouganda. Je vous souhaite de bons jours dans votre deuxième pays. L'Ouganda, c'est le deuxième pays. Et je voudrais dire que, s'il vous plaît, sois-toi chez toi. Merci beaucoup à vous m'écouter.
Thank you so much, the Honorable John Mulimba. And you had, is just an international man with the French, with what, all those languages, even Arabic. Let's give him a very big appreciation. As we get to another speaker, I would call Madame Irene back. The remarks that you made, Honorable Mulimba, are just a backing to a powerful presentation that was given by PASAID with details, specifically with percentages, with all the figures that we need in the country. And I would say that the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives should concretize and we should really make this research deeper, and we get these percentages and details. We should not lack. We should go into details. I want to thank you so much. And on that note, I would appreciate and invite the Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, the Honorable Frank Tumeraze, who makes almost 70 to 90% of the exports that we take outside the country, and the dream that we are looking at of value addition. What we are adding value on is what Frank is targeting. Let's welcome him with a very big hand of applause.
Thank you, Honorable Harriet. Hello. Thank you, Honorable Harriet Ntabaz, the Minister of State for Trade. Our senior comrade, Honorable Francis Mwebesa. My colleague, Honorable Murimba, the Chairman of PASAID, Odrek Rwabog, and your team. Excellency Kamel Mola, President and the head of delegation of the Algerian Economic Renewal Council, His Excellency Sharif Kwarid, our good ambassador here, and the entire Algerian business community, our head of the Chamber of Commerce, Madam Chigongo. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Really, my remarks are just to give you a highlight of the outlook of our agricultural environment. Just to let you know, our visitors, that our agricultural potential is among the best in Africa because of some of the favorable characteristics. We have a very low temperature variability, and of course that does not mean that we are not affected by climate change. We are, but we are still much better because of our natural ecosystem. We have 2 rainy seasons in a year for the big part of the country, with a few areas being semi-arid like Karamoja. 80% of our land is arable. Mark that, 80% of our land is arable. And only 35, now 40% of that land has been put into effective cultivation. So that means there's big potential to expand horizontally by opening more and more. If we can fully utilize our land, we are able to feed 200 million people of Africa and beyond. So that should tell you that we still have a lot of opportunities in the agricultural value chain, even starting with production itself. We produce a wide range of products, including coffee, as Odrek gave you the statistics. We produce the best tea. Of course, we produce sugar, abundant livestock, and the products associated with livestock. Of course, even fish, it's part of livestock, edible oils, cotton, tobacco, plantains, corn or maize, beans, cassava, sweet potatoes, millet, sorghum, groundnuts, among others. With our efforts to increase uptake of fertilizer, adopt precision farming methods like irrigation, our production is going to grow exponentially. What does this present to you, our prospective investors? Please come and partner with our farmers. Our people have big land privately. You will partner with them and you can start from production, input supply, processing, adding value, and you eventually supply it to the market. You remember when the president was in Algeria, he invited you to come and be part of the ecosystem. You remember when we talked about the livestock vaccines, he invited you to come and participate in manufacturing of the vaccines. If we have vaccines, of course, like we are getting a breakthrough on the anti-tick vaccine, we are able to control disease. And when you control disease, both in livestock and crop, you are contributing to production and productivity. So the opportunities are there across the whole value chain. Coffee, lots and lots of opportunities to roast, to add value. And all of these will help you working together with Ugandans to sell to the export markets, including Algeria. So we are not only asking you to open your markets for us, we are asking you to be part of the local ecosystem that can enable to produce for that very market. So it's two-way. You open for us to trade with you, and you can also trade with us. My colleague Minister of Trade will tell you that we already have products from Algeria on our shelves, but bought through Dubai. So if the logistics Audrey was talking about are streamlined, we will not be buying each other's products through intermediary markets. There will be direct trade. So, but we are not only saying we stop at that trade balance of payment. Come and be part of the ecosystem. Produce, package, and sell. We have vast pieces of land in the northern part of the country where your companies can come and be part of. We have a very favorable economic system. You will repatriate all your money. Minister of Trade can tell you more. Of course, we would wish you to be here, to reinvest it here, but there is no regulation compelling you to do that. So to an investor, to a businessman, that's excellent. So investors can partner with individual farmers, with vast lands, or government can facilitate you to get land, to do farming, to do processing, and to do packaging for export. Of course, we can buy your products too, and we are buying them. We are buying them through intermediary markets, but now with this direct relationship with the Business Council, Chairman Pasaid talked of, we'll be able to eliminate intermediaries. We'll be dealing directly. Welcome to Uganda, the part of Africa. Our agriculture sector alone, I can't speak for manufacturing, I can't speak for oil and gas, I can't speak for mining, but agriculture sector alone, if fully exploited, you will feed 200 million people of the globe, and that means a lot to revenues and trade. I thank you and welcome you again.
Thank you so much, the Honorable Frank Tumwebaze, and the one who is holding the key ministry, which we are all looking at. And the Minister for Agriculture has got all the details. He has a very big staff and a very big team to work with in connecting with Algeria to make sure that our beef that we are now talking about, our milk that we are talking about, by the way, for your information, our milk was tested and it became one of the best products in Africa that Algeria can consume. And they were like, oh, we've been consuming milk from wherever, but the best is here. Thank you so much, Honorable Frank, for really keeping the standards. Now, we are going to hear from, I'd call the landlord, the host, who is my senior, who is going to speak a lot on the relevancy of the key concepts of today. Because we heard about the proposals of the Trade Council, he has all the answers. The proposals of the identifying what we can deal with directly or under directly as government, directly business to business, he has all the answers, and the connections so far done and the deals so far cracked are also going to be told to us. And then the logistics, because the details now of the logistics, the airlines that we are putting in place and the negotiations so far. He has all the details, and I want to thank him. He has been a very good driver of trade in Uganda, and he has been a very good father, on top of the key father whom we have, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, who in his plans was to build an integrated and self-sustaining national economy, of which we are now driving at. And for announcements, His Excellency the President is going to host the team in the evening, and the team that is going to do the COVID test has already arrived. We shall be announcing those ones who are going to test. But I want to thank him so much. He has secured time to make sure he meets the Algerian team and make sure that the journey that he started is concluded fully. So we want to really applaud the president. Let's clap for the president.
whom he left in this place, and your entire delegation coming from Uganda, from the first Uganda Algeria Business and Investment Forum, following the directive of our heads of state. During the state visit of my president, HEO Kaguta Museveni, to your country in March 2023, at the invitation of His Excellency Abdrahamid Taban, President of the People's Republic of Algeria. I would wish to state from the onset, my colleague minister, that the desires of our visionary leaders for enhancing our mutual relations between our two governments has started realizing results. The minister had to leave because of committed duties, but we had finished or what was his intention of visiting here. My dear colleague, we talked with him yesterday, and we agreed on the follow-up of the meeting we had to Algeria last time, and which was going to have our strong ties of our relationship with them. And basically, as it was, we signed a couple of MOUs, which was almost a follow-up. But in this case, the biggest MOU that we wanted to follow up was the MOU in regard to milk production, of which Uganda has plenty, and which at the moment, that MOU is being implemented. And I want to thank the Algerian minister yesterday when we talked. I said this has gone up to date. And of course, in the same place, we signed other memorandums of understanding in the field of energy, in the field of trade, in the field of tourism, in the field of oil and gas. But as it were, it was a very important thing that we start on the cooperation agreement in the field of agriculture. As regards this one, the other remaining issues, like other goods, which are being imported from all these other goods, like energy, like trade, like the field of higher education, research, tourism. We signed all these MOUs. And these MOUs which we signed are also going to be taken one by one. But the most urgent one, as I have agreed with the minister, is that at least this MOU about milk, which was so urgent, it is in the process, and I want to thank him for having come, and we have concluded. All what is remaining is that the business to start, and which he cleared, in our one-to-one talking. The other one, was in the field of investment, which was one of the fields which we wanted. Investment, it happens that because we are taking a lot of the American here, we agreed that we have to have our balance of payments corrected. In other words, is to buy goods which are by origin are made from Algeria. And I want to thank the people of Algeria on the show which they put up here. Most of the goods that were in that show were made in Algeria, but of which Uganda currently is buying through Dubai. And we agreed that for the sake of having our balance of payments being proper, we should buy directly from Algeria other than buying their goods through the market in Dubai. And a lot of their businessmen who came here are exhibiting here. It was a very, very good exhibition, and which shows that for the time being, we should buy goods from Algeria. As some of us who care, as my ministry cares about importation of goods and caring about the country of origin, we shall give them priority other than buying from other people because of extending their fund of friendship in buying our milk. And this was also sorted out in your visit, and I want to thank you for these Ugandans. As regards investment, which was one of the things that was following our visit of our presidents. For the time being, we shall have to be, we have got a very good investment policy, which I extended to you, Honorable Minister. All terms are there, and your people who are exhibiting, we have given you, Your Excellency, an opportunity to come and invest in Uganda, whereby we have the raw materials around and other vision, which is our policy, which it is. And on that one is that if, on the other hand, we shall take priority in buying goods from Algeria directly in order to balance up our terms of payment, as I said, instead of having this middle way of buying goods. And I talked with them, and I talked to those ones who have got future plans of investing here to come and see us. If they see something which is viable, much as it is the raw material is outside, from outside. For instance, the biggest important thing, Your Excellency, as we agreed with him, is that is about products which are petroleum-based. At the moment, you know, our oil is not yet out. We agreed at the age when it comes up that we have our oil, which they shall be able to take advantage of using our oil, especially those products which are petroleum-based. As he said, at the moment, they are getting most of their raw materials from Saudi Arabia, but that will be at a later date. But this does not, he agreed, this does not, these investors who came in this show, does not prohibit them if they can still invest by buying raw materials from outside and putting their money here and making products of which, at the same time, they can take back their money because of Uganda's good policy about investment. So generally, and seriously, as we concluded, that is what we talked about, and the petrochemical industry in Uganda, because of this, of the imports between Uganda and Algeria, objectives for promoting that is made, as I said, objectives is promoting a balanced trade in goods and services between our two countries. Dear ladies and gentlemen, total trade between our two countries stands at about USA $60 million, mainly concentrated in coffee exports from Uganda. It is my sincere hope, ladies and gentlemen, that we use the opportunity granted to us during this forum to increase and deepen our trade for the benefit of both countries in all areas of MOUs that we have signed when we had a visit with the Algeria and our two heads of state made, signed. Specifically, in promoting agro-processing for value addition, as my colleague Minister of Agriculture said, because our biggest source, our biggest backbone here is agriculture, in pharmaceuticals and oil and gas at a later stage. Honorable colleague, I take this opportunity in applauding you and your government for significant efforts you have put in place towards the United Africa. These are notably seen in the trade arrangements to which both our countries subscribe, like now the African Continental Free Trade, to cement benefits so far achieved under this arrangement. Uganda has subscribed to the Guided Trade Initiative of Afakata, to which we also request you to join. Under this arrangement, both our countries will be able to negotiate and offer reciprocal tariff regime that benefits both of us for our mutual benefit. For our mutual benefit. for good and my country.
I want to really thank my minister very, very much for the perfect and thank you. I want to thank him because he has really answered almost everything. Yes, he has answered everything, and in the engagements that he had with his counterpart yesterday, they went into details, which details he could not really summarize here. But he gave us a few remarks. It was a detailed presentation between the two countries, and the Algerian delegation has picked everything. And I want to tell you that in the yesterday's presentation, there was a gap that the Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives had to negotiate to make sure that we fill. And that was the gap of financial transfer of finances after delivery of services and goods in Algeria. There was a little bit of delay because the banks which are the other side are not here, and the banks which are here are not the other side. So we have a solution that we thought about. Let's hear from the solution before we have a group photo, and then later on, because we have a working break, the solution is the Afri-Exim Bank. Can we get 1 minute or two to listen to this solution? Join me in welcoming the solution to the podium. The challenge is, how do we get money from Algeria after delivery of our goods, and how do we get money after Algeria has delivered goods here? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay. My name is Kudakwashe Matereke. I'm the Regional Chief Operating Officer for Afri-Exim Bank. And Afri-Exim Bank is a bank that is owned by yourselves, the 52 African countries who own Afri-Exim Bank. And I'm happy to say that I'm standing before you with Algeria being the 52nd member country in Afri-Exim Bank. You people joined the bank in June 2022. So this opens the way for us to facilitate trade between Algeria and Uganda. I stand on protocols that have already been observed, and thank you very much for giving us the opportunity. I had prepared some 5 slides. If they can be projected, please, I would really appreciate. Okay. Okay, Afri-Exim Bank is a multilateral African financial institution that was created to support intra-Africa trade. So what we are witnessing today, the trade between Algeria and Uganda, is what we were created to facilitate. We are headquartered in Egypt, and we've got regional offices in Abuja, Abidjan, Harare, Kampala. Kampala is the East Africa Regional Office, and Yaoundé, Cameroon. And we provide credit, risk-bearing instruments, and trade information and advisory services. Particularly what we are doing today is on the advisory work, because we do provide services to ensure that we link countries to each other, we link traders to markets, we link those who produce goods to those who buy the goods. So that's our role as Afri-Exim Bank, and we are so pleased to be here because what you are doing is exactly in the spirit of the reason for which we were established. Some of the select strategic initiatives, and Madam, you mentioned, Honorable Minister, you mentioned about how do you facilitate the trade. So you have a buyer or a seller in Uganda, and you also have a buyer and a seller in Algeria. So I'm just going to pick on some of the initiatives, and one of which is quite critical. It's what we provide to support the AFCFTA, the Continental Free Trade arrangement that we now have on the African continent, for which all these countries, or both countries, are already signatory. We know that lack of access to trade and market information has been identified as one of the key constraints for the growth of intra-Africa trade. In order to address this challenge, Afreximbank, in collaboration with the Africa Union and the FCFTA Secretariat, have organized a biennial continental intra-Africa trade fair as a platform where buyers and sellers and investors meet to consummate transactions. The ITF has become the FCFTA marketplace and a go-to trade event on the continent. As I speak today, yesterday our delegation was in Algeria, and they managed to meet with the Minister of Trade, and Algeria is committed to participating at the Intra-Africa Trade Fair in Cairo between the 9th and the 15th of November in Cairo, Egypt. Uganda is also participating at the Intra-Africa Trade Fair, and this opens us up to the ability of identifying potential buyers and sellers of our goods on the African continent. So we think that this conversation that we're having today can still proceed when the two institutions or the two governments meet on the other side in Egypt. So we thank you very much for the opportunity. We had the first Intra-Africa Trade Fair of 2018. It was held in Cairo, Egypt, from the 11th to the 17th of December. It was very successful. We witnessed 1,000 exhibitors, 7,000 visitors to the conference, and about 32 billion in trade and investment deals were signed. The fair was officially opened by the Prime Minister of Egypt, and it was a tremendous success. It was followed by the second edition of the trade fair in November 2021 in Durban, and it attracted more visitors, this time 1,500 exhibitors, 32,500 visitors, and more than 42 billion worth of transactions were entered into. We are having the third one now, and that's what we are hoping to achieve again in Cairo, Egypt, and we welcome the participation of both Uganda and Algeria, and we are drumming up the support so that all of you can attend, so that you can see what other African countries are producing to reduce the number that Mr. Wabogo was saying. What can we do to reduce what we are buying from other countries through intermediaries? It will be a good thing for Algeria to identify what they can buy from Uganda, but also from other African countries, because that's why we are there to increase the rate at which Africans trade with each other. We expect that come November 2023, we shall have 35,000 visitors, and we want to have 75 exhibiting countries, because it's beyond the African continent. We are also having visitors from Asia, from Europe, taking part. And we expect to sign about 43 billion worth of deals in trade and investment. To support value addition and industrialization, the bank has disbursed about $20 billion to support intra-Africa trade investments over the past 5 years. Afreximbank is making available $40 billion of intra-African trade and investment financing by 2026. And at this stage, we are trying to see who is it that wants to invest in Uganda from Algeria, and what kind of support can we provide you? Investment guarantees we can provide, payment facilitation, because we've got partner banks that we work with from Algeria and also in Uganda. How can we do that in order to facilitate trade? We also sponsor industrial parks and special economic zones, and we are in the process of building industrial parks in different African countries. There was talk about quality assurance centers, goods that we are expecting to export from Uganda may need certification by international bodies so that they are acceptable. We are in the process of building quality assurance centers so that goods made in Africa can be tested in Africa and are acceptable to African countries. And this we are doing with one quality assurance center already built in Nigeria, and we are in the process of identifying space where we can build one in East Africa. So these are some of the initiatives that we are doing, the Africa Quality Assurance Centers. We also do investment promotion and facilitation, like we have mentioned, and working with the Africa Union and the FTA Secretariat to put in place the adjustment facility, which enables African countries to recover on their income lost through the opening up of the AFCFTA. So these are some of the initiatives that we are doing in order to support intra-Africa trade. I know I've taken a bit of time, but we are open to a conversation. Farida Mukasa Kasuja, who is the manager responsible for Uganda, will be able to take forward this conversation so that we can work with yourselves as we promote trade between Algeria and Uganda. I wish to thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Founder. And we are now going for the group photo. Okay. So now that all our teams are back from prayers, we are now going to have a very nice group photo here. And the ambassador and the team leader of the other side, we are going to stand in the front here, and then the Ugandan team, the ministers, the permanent secretaries, PASEIs, the chambers of commerce, the ambassadors are going to join you. We shall come here so that we get this background very well. Thank you so much. It was really necessary for us to hear from the funders. I know Housing Finance is also there with a package, proposals, good proposals for us. This is our own bank in Uganda, which we are also saying we need also the Algerian bank, which is already having branches in Africa, and we need it also in Uganda. But in the meantime, we need to have a working procedure to ease trade. If we started tomorrow, how do we transfer the money? If we started the other day, how do we transfer the money? So that was the intention of that presentation. Let's join. Madam Malango. Ambassadors, please.
We shall keep joining in the picture. We eventually have almost all of us taking pictures with our chief guests. We shall have also some business people, those that are in export potential. Please come and join. As you join thank you very much. We are having some, please stay. We want to take some pictures with our business people. We can, yes. No, we can arrange. You just stand there, we shall. Yeah, you can go on the podium. Yeah.
Yeah, please stay where you. Yeah, you go up. Thank you very much. Please go up.
Very strategic. You're an exporter and you're hiding there.
Thank you. I don't know if you shall get some of us. We have been having a working tea. After the group photo, we are going to continue with our speeches. We have an overview of the joint agreement that was signed yesterday, and that will be presented by Madam Olive Chigongo, the President of the Uganda National Chamber of Commerce. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hello. Before Madam Chigongo speaks, we are going to have a question and answer session. It includes Mr. Audrey Krabogo, the Minister of Trade, the Honorable John Mulimba, Honorable Frank Tumwebaze, His Excellency Kamal Mula, I don't know if what I was reading doesn't apply anymore. I am going to invite Madam Olive Chigongo, Mr. Robert Mukiza. We have a representative from URA, Madam Lily Ajarova, or anybody from Uganda Tourist Board, a representative from AIPA. Please come up and take your seats, our panelists. Okay, we are taking a break. You can stretch a bit, have a cup of tea. We still have tea on the serving centers. And then after the tea, we shall proceed with our next session. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Uganda, a delightful place with its welcoming people, diverse cultures, an agreeable warm climate, majestic features, and wildlife. Over the years, Uganda has hosted a number of international conferences and events, including the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting Choga, the African Union Summit, the United Nations Solidarity Summit on Refugees, the Organization of Islamic Conference OIC, and the Papal Visit, among others. Visitors arrive into Uganda at Entebbe International Airport. The airport has been expanded to handle the growing number of passengers, with flights to and from more than 14 destinations worldwide. A four-lane dual-carriage expressway leads you right into the heart of Uganda, into the metropolitan city of Kampala. The National Referral Hospital at Malabo ensures availability of super specialized services. Uganda's hotels are now fully equipped to cater to the needs of every delegate on an all-important conference.
Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, is a picturesque country surrounded by rolling hills that sigh a profound effect upon the beams of the horizon. Uganda's capital city of 7 hills.
Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking, to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the Pearl of Africa.
Uganda is a fairy tale. You climb up, and at the end, there is a wonderful new world. scenery is different. The vegetation is different. Climate is different. And most of all, the people are different from anything elsewhere to be seen in the whole range of Africa.
Hello? Hello? Let me call you back to order, dear delegates. Let me call you back to order. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few minutes, we shall be hearing from the President of the Uganda National Chamber of Commerce. And after her, we shall be getting a presentation from the Uganda Revenue Authority. After that one, we shall get a presentation from the Uganda Tourism Board. And then after that, we can proceed for lunch. I hope you have stretched and had a cup of tea and you're feeling a little better or more relaxed. I want to take this opportunity to welcome the President of the Uganda National Chamber of Commerce, Madam Olive Chigongo. Can I kindly request us to sit?
Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, is a picturesque country surrounded by rolling hills that sigh a profound effect upon the beams of the horizon. Uganda's capital city of 7 hills basks of colonial, cultural, and religious significance. Over the years, its infrastructure has tested the wave of technology and development. The city is a bustling metropolis with more than 1 million people racing from congested street slopes to colorful markets. Uganda's hospitality nature breeds throughout 8 different tribes, ranging from Bantu to Nilotic, sharing their happiness and different kinds of local foods. The phantom white Rwenzori mountain ranges soar into the sky, and mist blanket shrouds its roots. The extinct Elgon Mountain is the largest volcanic base in the world. The rivers are the arteries of the forest beds with the source of the longest river, the Nile. As it flows, it grows and smashes into the rocks in a frenzy. The whooshing waves attract the whitewater rafters and bungee jumpers as they experience the adventure at its prime. Uganda experiences tropical climate in 2 seasons, the wet and dry seasons influenced by the topography of high mountains and hills, with the equator running across Uganda mitigated by the altitude. The game parks of Uganda are filled with various species of fauna and flora. The thick, vibrant verdant forests and grasslands snake their way through the flows of Mother Earth. Uganda truly has a remarkable, astounding signature land from the other African countries. Let your destination voice rhyme with the rich culture and fascinating scenery of Uganda's beautiful nature.
Uganda, a nation pulsating with culture and creativity, arises an innovative initiative tailored for the modern day. Next Wowzy, a collaborative masterpiece of Uganda's largest media network, Next Media, and the best in-class influencer marketing platform. Wowzy, it's not just a platform, it's a movement, bridging ambitious brands with vibrant content creators and tapping into the reservoir of Uganda.
Ladies and gentlemen, please let's take our seats. We are going to hear from the president of the Uganda National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, like I had earlier announced. Thank you very much. Please join me to welcome Madam Olive Chigongo.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I request that we take our seats? No worries, no speeches. I'm just going to give information. So please take your seats. My role is just to tell you about the Joint Business Council that we signed last night. And then thereafter, we can go for the different activities. Honorable ministers present, I'm sorry I want to go through the names. The Permanent Secretary of Trade, Your Excellency Ambassadors, Mr. Gwabogo, the advisor on exports, presidential advisor on exports, our distinguished guest visitors, the head of delegation, Mr. Mura, and your delegation, our private sector from Uganda and Algeria. Once again, good afternoon. Now, you've heard since morning about the opportunities in Uganda, opportunities in Algeria, so I want to go through that. And I want to thank Pasaid, who went through a lot of details, tell you what is available in Uganda and what we can do. And also the leader of delegation from Algeria who told us about Algeria. I do want to thank very much. I happen to have been on a delegation that went to Algeria with His Excellency, and allow me to add my voice to those who are thanking the Algerian government through the ambassador for the hospitality accorded to us, and also for fulfilling their obligation, their commitment of coming to Uganda and to work with Ugandans. I want to thank you, Algerians, through my counterpart, Mr. Mura, the ambassador. We were lucky to have had the Minister of Trade yesterday. He came in the morning. I don't know if that has been mentioned. We met him, and the program changed a bit because he had to go back. And I want to tell you that we were here last night until a bit late because he insisted on coming to exhibition, although it wasn't all prepared, but what was prepared, he actually launched it with the Honorable Minister of Trade, Honorable Mwebesa, and the State Minister of Trade, were all accompanied him to launch the exhibition. Now, for the Joint Business Council, as you heard mentioned by the Minister and the Presidential Advisor, and of course, the Head of Delegation, the Joint Business Council is the framework under which Algerians do their businesses through their chambers of commerce and other associations. It's been an ongoing negotiation between ourselves and Algeria, our Minister of Trade, the ambassador, who I must thank very much, of Uganda, and of our own ambassador to Algeria. I really want to take this opportunity and thank them very much on your behalf. And you can join me in clapping your hands for them. To the Algerians, you know, it's a culture in Uganda that when we are happy, we clap. When we are thanking, we clap. So please bear with us, it's our culture. So eventually the Joint Business Council was approved, and we have got two chapters. You're going to have a Ugandan chapter that is composed of 10 people, and these are from private sector people. When I say private sector, people who are able to do business with Algeria, and Algeria is going to do the same. So we are going to draw people from the different sectors and from different associations, and of course maybe one regulatory MDA. We are going to be guided. I won't be able to announce them now because we are going to share on who should be on this joint council. And the reason it's done, and I think Algeria does it with many countries, is to avoid the briefcase people, whereby sometimes people pretend who they are not. But through this council, if you say you want to do a business in Algeria, Algeria Chamber of Commerce will send us information and say, is this company, does it exist? Is it a genuine company? And we actually give them information. So one, it's more or less, it's a facilitator. It's going to be an easier facilitator of doing business between two countries. It's going to cut out those who sometimes go and do things which are not right. So I argue Ugandans, those of you, some actually I know they are doing businesses in Nigeria already. There are people I think in coffee, some of them are here. I think Edwin is here, the other people, and even those who have not started, please, you let us know. But I only said we are only 10 representatives of the different sectors in Uganda who are going to be members of this council, of course working with our ministry, and thanks to the permanent secretary who's been very, very instrumental in making sure that this joint business council is being signed. We missed her though last night, she wasn't here. When we signed, it was signed last night, witnessed by both the ministers of trade of Uganda and the state minister, the senior minister and the state, and then of course the minister of trade from Algeria. We signed it last night. I'm sure I don't know whether it has been passed on to different ministries and those who are concerned. So it's already signed. What we need, with guidance from our parent ministry, both trade and foreign affairs, we are going to vet, not just anyone, who is going to be on this council. So I really want to thank Algeria, I want to thank Uganda government for this opportunity. And once again, I really want to thank the Algerians for the interests they have. And I want to assure you that as Uganda business community, with our policymakers, we are committed to working with you. We are committed because you see, business is, when I say we are committed, we want to make money as well as private sector. So I want to thank you for this opportunity. And on this note, I want to single out the leader of the delegation, Mr. Mora. He actually called the president when we were in Algeria and promised in his own words that he'll come. Later on, I visited him in his office. He said he'll come. So when I met him yesterday, he says, well, here I am, and I'm ready to do business. Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming. So like I said, I'm not here to give a long speech, but I also want to inform you that there is an exhibition going on, and very, very interesting. It's not just much under the technology, there are all sorts of things. So please, Ugandans, take advantage of this, go and see what you can do with Algeria. They are very willing, they have the support of their government, you have the support of our government, so the ball is in your court. And with those few words, allow me once again to thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Madam Olive. Can we add a hand clap for her, please? Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to go out for lunch, but we shall have another presentation from the Uganda Revenue Authority. Correction, I apologize. We are going to have AIPA, a representative from AIPA, AIPA. That is a presentation on business climate in Algeria by Algeria Investment Promotion Agency. Jane, it welcome her, please. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable officials, distinguished guests, good afternoon. I would like to convey the warmest greetings from the Algerian Investment Promotion Agency. I am Mostefai Khawla, Head of Studies at the Department of Accompaniment, Facilitation, and Procedures Simplifications. My today's presentation is about the investment promotion mechanism in Algeria. I will be given an overview. Okay. Okay. I will be giving an overview of the Algerian investment law. Yeah, this is all right. Okay. The institutional investment framework, incentive schemes, and finally, investment registrations, formalities. First, the Algerian investment, the investment law was launched and promulgated on July 24th last year, and followed by the executive decrees and text implementation text on September same year. It's based on 3 principles, which are equality, transparency, and freedom to invest. Now, a foreign investor can invest like 100% of his own capital in Algeria, because as the rule of 51-94% of national capital share is no longer implies to foreign investment. All right, some basic concepts were defined in this law. First, investor is any natural or corporate, national or foreign, whether it's a resident or non-resident, who is willing to realize an investment in Algeria. So what's investment? Investment, there are 3 types of investment. First, equipment acquisition, which means acquiring equipment or assets in order to create new activity, or to raise the production capacities, or to replace the existing equipment to improve performance. The second type is capital share within the framework of the partnership, where any investor can contribute to the capital by 2 forms, in kind or cash capital shares. The third one is the delocating activities from abroad, which means delocating like full production chain or a part of it to be implemented in Algeria. All right, the investment is represented by 2 main institutions. First is the National Investment Council, which is in charge of proposing the national investment strategy to ensure its coherence and to evaluate its implementation. Where the Algerian Investment Promotion Agency, which is the unique interlocutor of investors in Algeria, it's in charge of promoting investment at local, national, and international levels. It's in charge of providing information and ensuring accompaniment to investors about different administrative procedures, the registration and treatment and following up investment projects, to manage benefits and also operating the investors' digital platform. Okay. For the incentive schemes, we start by guarantees. So the state guarantees several guarantees and safeguards for investors in Algeria. The first is the right to benefit from industrial real estate belonging to the private property of the state. This law actually is on its final phase of discussions, and it will be promulgated like in just the nearest future. Within the framework of delocating investment or a partnership, the in-kind contribution are free or bypass all formalities related to foreign trade procedures and bank domiciliation formalities. All right. The intellectual properties are also and fully protected, like inventions, patent, or industrial designs. The okay, it's all right. The investment projects are protected from administrative harnessing, and such harnessing will entail fair and equitable compensations. They have also the right to transfer or assign investments to another investor or another entity engaged to respect the terms and conditions related to the granted investment. The before last one is the right to recourse to institutions like the Supreme National Investment Appeals Committee, or can also recourse to the national justice or international settlement bodies for mediation, conciliation, or arbitration. The last one is to the right to transfer the invested capital and the revenues and dividend generated from that investment. The incentive scheme is based on three main regimes. The first is by sector. These sectors were defined by the state as it present a great opportunity of investment. And these sectors are mentioned right here. The second is by zone, which zones were identified by location or every areas belonging to the highlands, the midst part of Algeria and the southern part of Algeria as well. Locations that require particular accompaniment for development, or areas which are or were bounded of the natural resources. The last regime is the structuring investment projects. These projects are those which create from 500 to or above of permanent jobs, and the investment amount equals or exceeds the 10 billion dinars, approximately $73 million. Okay, for the benefits, there are two periods. First is the implementation period and the operating period. For the first, implementation period means the construction of the factory, the acquisitions of the equipment, where the investment project will be exempted from custom duties if goods and services or equipment are imported from abroad. They are exempted from the value-added tax if locally acquired. We have incorporation contract fees and capital changes in case of constitution of the corporates in Algeria, and all tax and fees related to real estate exclusively utilized to implement the granted project. For the operating period, the two main taxes imposed on corporates are exempted, which are the corporate income tax and the turnover tax. Additional advantages for the structuring investment, where the benefits or implementation benefits can be granted to contractors who are in charge of realizing the project, like construction or the installation of machinery, etc. And the state can take part or full of infrastructure works if this structuring investment is located in a non-viable area. For the duration from 3 to 5 years of benefits for implementation period, it can be extended twice with regard to the completion rate of the project. For the operating is subject to an evaluation grade, and it's not subject to be extended, and it varies between 3 to up to 10 years of granted benefit. To register your investment, you need to go first through the one-stop shops, which are the one-stop shop for major project and foreign investment, where partnership project or foreign project or major project with an investment amount exceeding the 10 billion dinar are registered at the one-stop shop for major project and foreign investment. Whereas the decentralized one-stop shops, it's for the registration of local investment. Okay, all right. Okay, each one-stop shop is composed of IPA, or the agency's executives, and representatives from different administrations involved in the investment process. Or investment can be registered via the investors' digital platform, which is interconnected with also information systems of the different administrative institutions, and all right. Okay, it provides information about the availability of real estate and other relevant informations. I think this is it. Right. Thank you for your attention. For more details, please click the link below. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Madam. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to you all. Looks like the energies are going down. So I'd like to take you through the program for the rest of the day. We appreciate the Algerian Investment Promotion Agency for the very, very insightful presentation they have made. Another round of applause for them. So we've had a lot of discussions this morning from our honorable ministers and various speakers. Hello? I'm trying to get a better speaker. Is this better? Much better, okay. So I will take you through the rest of the afternoon and what our program is going to be like. So we've just had a major presentation from the investment promotional arm from Algeria. This afternoon we shall be hearing as well from the Ugandan side. But also on our program we have Uganda Revenue Authority that is supposed to speak to us about a lot of what the business people would want to hear if you want to do business with Uganda, where and what kind of taxes is one entitled to pay, or what kind of incentives do we have. Then we have Uganda Tourism Board that is going to take us through a detail of the beautiful Uganda. I'm sure many of you would like to know where to visit, so don't waste your beautiful hours here. Make sure that you visit places here. Then we shall also have a panel. So this afternoon we shall have a lot of questions from you, from our speakers and those who have spoken to us. Housing Finance is one of the banks that is interested in partnering with our exporters to actually ensure that we have proper facilitation of our business people to do business both across Uganda and Algeria. So ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I know that most of us would like to have our meal, but I would like to request, if you say yes to my request, then we can go for lunch. Are you going to come back ready for the afternoon? Great, 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 great. So we shall have lunch after here, and at exactly 2:30, we should be back to listen to the rest of our speakers for the day. So we shall have our honorable ministers, our permanent secretaries from both countries, our ambassadors, the heads of chamber, head of delegation, Chairman Pasaid, and different ambassadors to follow Madam, she's right there. She will take you for lunch. So the honorable ministers, ambassadors, Mwesije is her name. She will take you for lunch. For the rest of us, we shall be given coupons. Where is Emma Twine? Emma, where are you? We want to know where you are, because the rest of the team will have their lunch at the poolside, and you will be given coupons to make sure that the hotel knows whom they are serving. So that will be our afternoon. So in this afternoon, you'll be able to ask as many questions. You'll be able to learn from our different business people, both from Uganda and Algeria. Then allow me also to mention the program for tomorrow. It is a full business day, and we are looking forward to making sure that business people actually meet and have discussions. So tomorrow, those in the different sectors, coffee, fruits and vegetables, and all the other sectors that we have around, we shall request that you, just excuse me. Okay, so I was just getting an update of an interruption in the program. So I was mentioning that tomorrow we shall have business-to-business discussions. So the people who want to meet the coffee team, the people who want to meet fruits and vegetables, the people who want to meet those in oil seeds, and all the other products that you're interested in Uganda, we shall be here, and we shall set up a little differently so that the business-to-business discussions are able to go on. We shall also have our businesses from Algeria and Uganda come to present to us. So please do not miss our program tomorrow. So I've been guided that at this point, there's an announcement for the Joint Business Council that is supposed to be made at this point. So I'll ask Madam PS. Madam PS, please come and make that announcement. So after she's made the announcement, it will be lunchtime, and then we can take, we can go and have lunch. Madam PS.
We've decided to co-present on this item because we don't want people to run away after lunch and not get the benefit. So we would like to mention the members of the Joint Business Council from Algeria and also from Uganda, and then they can come up. We call them afterwards? Yes, so my counterpart can give you more on the side of Algeria, because I gave you on the side of Uganda.
No, as it was mentioned this morning, the MOU or the agreement for the establishment of an Algeria-Uganda Joint Business Council was signed yesterday. And the provision inside says that it will comes into force upon signing. Now it is up and running. It's already in force. So our task today is just to announce officially the installation and setting up of this and the composition, if you want, of this joint business council between Uganda and Algeria.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I think because the signatures have already happened and it was all signed off yesterday, I think for me, I would like the people who we mentioned earlier to stand up on the side of Uganda. Those who are going to be involved, the 10 positions that we discussed. I can see Mr. Rabogo, you're here. I can see Madame Bella Wines, you're here. PSFU, you know, people need to know who is going to be responsible for negotiations and the vetting. Please, the people from agriculture, someone from the milk, the dairy association, someone from the beef, even at least a representative. Coffee, UCDA. PSFU is not here? Oh, yeah. Someone from horticulture, Esther Nakembi. And now I would also like, I don't know if they're side of Algeria. Please come. And this is purely private sector.
Yes. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I would like to respectfully announce names of the Algerian Business Council members. Donc we have with us Tasdir Company, Sonal Gaz Company, Monsieur Latab, Sonal Gaz. Jika Company, Monsieur Asfran Azdin. Monsieur Bali Khirdin d'ACS. Badruddin Abdel Nasser, Maghreb Pipe. La compagnie Fadirkou, Monsieur Malia Rassim. La compagnie Condor. Monsieur Othman Medded Saïdal. La compagnie Vénus. La compagnie Vénus, elle est là avec nous. La compagnie Khadri les mineurs, Monsieur Adnan Haji. Et l'entreprise Nova Blanca, Madame Awashriya Bahia. Madame Awashriya. That's it.
So, ladies and gentlemen, these are our members, the 10 members from the Algerian side. That includes our ambassador, of course. And then also we have the 10 members on the Ugandan side. These are the one lady and two ladies and gentlemen who are going to be negotiating on everything tariff barrier for the collaboration between Uganda and Algeria. And please feel free to get their business contacts so that we can make this happen for our two countries. Thank you very much.
So congratulations and wish you the best of luck.
Congratulations to you all. Yes. I've been guided by my elder brother, Mr. Rawogo. Can you kindly convene a meeting? You may start with a co-chairing between the two heads of CREA and Chamber of Commerce so that we can agree the terms of reference for your working relationship, and that can happen tomorrow. Thank you very much and wishing you the very best. After lunch, I'm talking. Yes, thank you very much. Wish you the very best.
Congratulations to the Joint Business Council. I think this is the beginning of very, very serious business. A round of applause to our members for the Joint Business Council. Congratulations and thank you so much. So now we can break up for lunch. The honorable ministers, the permanent secretaries, the ambassadors, the head of chamber, will all have their lunch in the Elgon restaurant. Elgon restaurant is where our ministers will have lunch. And then the rest of the team, Mr. Twine, where are you, Emma? You shall exit from those doors, go down the stairs to the pool side. Mr. Twine is right there in the corner near the doors. He will take you for lunch. So for those in the afternoon, we shall have, like I mentioned, we shall have Uganda Revenue Authority, we shall have Uganda Tourism Board, we shall have UNOC, and we shall have the Ministry of Trade and Exports from Algeria. They will speak to us. We'll probably have a panel, and they'll have questions from the different audiences. In the evening at about 6 p.m., we're going to have a dinner for our Algerian delegation at Sheraton, and you shall be guided by our team. So ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for lunch. Please follow through and have your lunch. Good afternoon. Looks like you don't want to have lunch. Are we ready for lunch? So follow Mr. Twine. He's there at exactly 2:30. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be back at 2:30 for lunch, after lunch. 2:30, the afternoon session starts. So kindly have your lunch quickly.
Best-in-class features, user-friendly navigation, enlightening analytics, all fostering genuine, long-lasting partnerships. But it's more than that. Next Rosie is the much-anticipated catalyst, reshaping digital marketing and triggering an economic upswing in the industry. Singing harmoniously with Uganda's flourishing culture tapestry, we offer a unique approach to leveraging this creative capital for brands. It's more than a solution, it's an opportunity. Addressing the demographic dividend by empowering our youth with new age skills and unparalleled opportunities. Next Rosie isn't just a tool, it's the future, setting a new trajectory for digital marketing, economic growth, and creative fulfillment in Uganda. Next Rosie, where Uganda's digital aspirations and cultural brilliance converge. Next Rosie, connect, create, influence.
Explore, enjoy, and dance to the latest content, beats, and kawozi from Uganda and beyond. Simply go to your Play Store or App Store right now, find Afro Mobile, download it straight to your phone, and get started. Is it TV you want? Simply open the app, click on TV, select the channel you want, and watch live. Are you busy right now? Then check out On Demand or enjoy in your free time. Afro Mobile. The future is now.
Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking, to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely explore Uganda, the pearl of Africa.
Uganda is a fairy tale. You climb up, and at the end, there is a wonderful new world. The scenery is different. The vegetation is different. Climate is different. And most of all, the people are different from anything elsewhere to be seen in the whole range of Africa.
Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the pearl of Africa.
Uganda is a fairy tale. You climb up, and at the end, there is a wonderful new world.
Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, is a picture square country.
Good afternoon. Can I have the mic?
Welcome to one of Africa's highest, most remote and unknown mountain ranges, located in Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. The Rwenzori Mountains, also known as the Mountains of the Moon, are stretched over 120 kilometers long and 61 kilometers wide. Come and experience Africa's most beautiful alpine area. With every hour and every altitude gain, the landscapes, colors and views are ever-changing. This UNESCO-protected national park contains unique biodiversity and breathtaking sceneries such as the bamboo zones, mossy heather zone, numerous waterfalls, tropical
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can we kindly take our seats? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can we kindly take our seats for the afternoon session? So this afternoon session, we are going to have presentations from institutions that facilitate trade and investment from both Algeria and Uganda. We also have a presentation from the Tourism Board, which facilitates tourism in this country. Can I request that we take our seats and start the afternoon session, ladies and gentlemen? Could the ushers call in the people who are still having lunch? Kindly call in whoever is still having lunch so that we can start the afternoon session. Kindly take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Take your seats. Let's have the afternoon session start. You're all very welcome from your lunch. I hope you all enjoyed yourselves. I hope you all enjoyed the tasty meal of the Ugandan cuisine, especially our visitors. How was your lunch? Did you enjoy it? Good. Did you taste our pineapple? Yes. I hope you're ready to take it back to Algeria. You will. Pardon? Fruits. Someone is telling me she enjoyed the fruits so much. Good. Kindly take your seats. So this afternoon, we shall have presentations. Because of time, I am going to request that we have very short presentations and then we can have questions. I know many of you have questions to some of our presenters. So we are going to have a presentation, very brief, from Uganda Revenue Authority. Uganda Revenue Authority will be talking to us about Uganda's tax regime and incentives. So the representative from Uganda Revenue Authority, I'll invite you to take your seat. Uganda Tourism Board, we shall also have Uganda Tourism Board speak briefly to us about opportunities in Uganda, especially in the tourism sector. We are going to have someone from the Ugandan National Oil Company, UNOC, speak to us about the opportunities in the oil and gas sector. I'm sure a number of Algerians are interested in this. We will also have a presentation from the promotion of, from the Algerian Ministry of, it is National Agency of Promotion of Foreign Trade and business facilitation. So we'll have somebody from Algeria, National Agency for Promotion of Foreign Trade and Business Facilitation, talking to us about their role and how Ugandan businesses can engage them. And then we have a company that is interested in energy and renewable, distribution of energy and renewable energy from Algeria. Production and distribution of energy and renewable energy. Sonal gas. Good. So we will have somebody also, a representative from Ministry of Energy. So can I request that all those panelists that I have invited come and take their seats? Kindly come and take your seats. UNOC, Uganda Revenue Authority, Uganda Tourism Board. Come and take your seat. I can see the representative from URA is here. Uganda Tourism Board, Herman, please come. UNOC, kindly come and take your seats. So we have two panelists from Algeria. We have somebody from National Agency for Promotion of Foreign Trade Foreign Trade from Algeria. Who is this? Then Sonal Gas, please come take your seat. We are running out of time. I want to give them few minutes, so. Herman, where are you? Come. Eunuch, please come and take your seat. Sonal Gas. Okay, so to manage our time, I am going to start with those that we have here. We have Uganda Revenue Authority, we have Uganda Tourism Board. We're waiting for Uganda National Oil Company. Please come and take your seat. And the two companies from Algeria. Do we have somebody from National Agency for Promotion and Foreign Business? For promotion of foreign business, do we have somebody from Algeria? Who is it? Please come. Okay, so I was just trying to sort out the change on our program. Okay, so my apologies for that interruption. We're trying to sort out the change in today's program. Because of time and what we are left to do for the rest of the afternoon, we've kind of changed the way we are going to run this session. So the way I'll run it, we are going to have very short remarks from each of them, and then they will be able to take questions from each one of you, and then we can have any other remarks depending on how the questions come through. So are we okay with that? Yeah? From Algeria, there's one person missing. I don't know whether they didn't come, or do we have the National Agency of Promotion for Foreign Business? Do we have somebody from Algeria on that? No? Okay. Is it okay if I invite you to come back? Algeria Investment Promotion Agency, can you come and take your seat so that we have that gap fixed? Okay, thank you so much. There's a representative from Ministry of Trade in Algeria, so she'll be the one who will take the seat. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to go straight into our panel this afternoon. Sorry, we've had to change a bit so that we manage our time right. So I will ask that we start with Uganda Tourism Board to make just a few remarks about the opportunities of Uganda, then followed by Uganda Revenue Authority. He'll speak to us about the tax regime, and then we shall have somebody from Algeria speak to us from Ministry of Trade once she takes her seat. So, Tourism Board, switch on your mic. Give us your presentation in just 3 minutes. I'm sorry we can't go through the whole presentation, but tomorrow we should have the time to go through some of these presentations. You're welcome.
Thank you. My name is Haman Olimi, and I work as a market specialist at Uganda Tourism Board. All protocol observed. Good afternoon, members. UTB is mandated to market destination Uganda, both locally, regionally, and internationally, and we also regulate the industry. In 2021, we did rebrand our destination. We had challenges before that where our brand ID was not clear. We had so many of them that were really confusing the market. We had Visit Uganda, Gifted by Nature, Tourism Uganda, and all that confused the mass market. So in 2021, we rebranded ourselves, and we are going by Explore Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. And since 2001, we've been doing a number of activations to roll out the brand, to create more awareness for the destination. And for the first time, I would say we are recovering from the COVID effects. And this season, this previous summer, we had the highest number of arrivals through our international airport. Now, what does that mean? Now, when numbers have increased, meaning there's a lot of demand. Now, in tourism, we have what we call the 4 A's. That is attraction, accommodation, accessibility, activities, and amenities. Now, in all those areas, because I've been given 3 minutes to summarize everything. So in all those areas, because we are now seeing increased number of arrivals, in all those areas, there are opportunities for Ugandans, for foreigners to invest in the Uganda tourism industry. Accommodation, we're starting to promote Uganda as a business destination. So we're attracting a number of conferences, and that means we need to have more accommodation facilities, hotels, 5 stars, 4 stars, and same to the leisure section. We need lodges, 5 stars, top luxury. All those opportunities are available because there's increased demand, and that can't be handled with the current facilities we have. For activities, Uganda, as we know, Uganda is endowed with nature, and now this nature needs to be man-enhanced. So, for instance, where I come from, Toro has about 50 crater lakes. Now, all these 50 crater lakes are just there for people seeing, but there's so much activities that can be done to create business opportunities for people. So, and so many other activities on the Renzori, we could put cable cars. So all those opportunities that Ugandans can take up, and any other foreigners who's interested in investing in Uganda. When we talk about accessibility, as you know, Uganda Airlines is currently just introduced a few direct flights from the core source markets. We now going to be flying straight from Dubai. We are flying straight from Dubai. We are flying straight from India. Lagos is coming up, but we have the rest of the world where, there are no direct flights. So there's opportunity for more airlines to come on board and provide those direct flights. Locally, people want to travel, and how they travel, there are specialized cars for tourism that go to the national parks and what. There's an opportunity there for people to take up. I don't know if that answers the question.
Okay, so he has spoken about 4 areas where we have opportunities to invest: attractions, amenities, activities, and accessibility. So you'll have an opportunity to ask more questions in that space based on what he has talked about. I will now request Uganda Revenue Authority. Your topic is to talk about the Uganda tax regime. I'm sure many of the business people want to learn more. So ladies and gentlemen, don't be discouraged. If they don't speak to your issue, they are here tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll speak a lot of business, so he'll have more time to answer your questions. So I'd request that you introduce yourself and then speak to your topic very briefly. 3 minutes, then we can go to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Asad Uchisitu Chigozi is my name. Assistant Commissioner Customs in charge of compliance and business analysis in the Uganda Revenue Authority. The authority is responsible for collecting central government revenue, both the taxes and non-tax revenue. And it was formed by an act of parliament in 1991. Uganda Revenue Authority administers a number of tax heads, including individual income tax, value-added tax, pay-as-you-earn for employees, corporation tax, and import duty, as well as excise duty. But as a government agency responsible for collecting revenue, we also collect revenues that are all due to the central government by the different government agencies. That means when you are paying your local fees, these are centrally collected by the Uganda Revenue Authority. And when we are implementing the collection of Revenue Authority, the revenues from the business community, we have made one-stop centers on the system, the single window system, meaning that if you are interacting with the Uganda Revenue Authority, you can go to that platform and be able to access all the issues concerning all the agencies that concern your importation or exportation. You will be able to get the certificates of origin. If you require a certificate from the Uganda National Bureau of Standards, you will be able to access. If there is anything from the Diary Development Authority, you will be able to go to that one portal and you will be able to get all that done at your convenience. And also, when we are collecting the revenue on import and export, we are part of the East African community, meaning that we enforce on the East African Community Management Act that deals with the importation and exportation of goods within the region. And Mombasa or Dar es Salaam will be your first point of entry, and all the processes can be done at the entry. And when you move, you are within the territory, meaning that the authority is trying to address the issue of non-tariff barriers, duplication, while clearing your goods. So briefly, those are the areas we cover when we are collecting this revenue, and we have a detailed presentation which we have shared with the Secretariat, but due to time, I can only go that brief within the 3 minutes. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you so much for keeping time. Definitely tomorrow, I hope you'll be around to share more details about your presentation. He has spoken about the single window system, and I encourage our Algerian visitors to visit their website and learn about how better you can trade with us and work within the tax regime. I'll now switch to our guests, and I'll ask our representative from the Ministry of Trade and Export Facilitation to speak to us about the role and how better you think we can trade as Uganda and Algeria. You're welcome, madam. Kindly switch on your microphone, just next to you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Firstly, subject subject of my presentation.
Can you increase her microphone? We can't hear her. Tech team, please come and help. She's not audible enough. You want to come here? Come. You can use my microphone. Come.
Bring my presentation.
Your presentation.
I give him presentation. Is that a show? My presentation is about Algerian export potential toward the Ugandan market. Firstly, allow me to express my pleasure to participate in this important forum, which we consider a very important step initiated by the senior leadership of the two countries in effort to build a sustainable Algerian and Ugandan economic partnership. In this regard, I would like to share with you some quick data about Algeria referring to the new economic trend, as well as some of the structure and infrastructure that have been completed or are in their construction, which will improve business in Algeria in general and in particular facilitate the flow of trade exchange toward various countries of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, Algeria is the largest country in Mediterranean basin and Africa. Its area is estimated for about 381,741 kilometers square. This area is in itself provide economic opportunity that make it an economic leader in various fields. Algeria has a coastal strip exceeding 1,200 kilometers overlooking the Mediterranean Sea and land bound exceeding 6,300 kilometers, ensuring Algerian connection with various countries of the African continent and even several Arab countries and some European countries through the Mediterranean Sea. Algeria possesses a huge quantity of gas, iron, and phosphate reserves, which are considered very important raw material that contribute to the advancement of several sectors, including agriculture, in addition to the fertile land, even in the Algerian desert, which is considered the largest source of solar energy. Foreign trade between Algeria and Uganda. Algeria's trade exchange with Uganda represents the share of 1% of Algeria's total trade exchange with the African country, which is a very small percentage, especially for Algerian export. As well as for imported from Uganda, which are mainly represented in coffee, which value of $41 million in year 2021 and value of $31 million year 2022. Uganda ranks 7th in the ranking of Algerian supplies from Africa, with share of 2%, and is penultimate in Algeria export to the African continent. China, India, Tanzania, and United Arab Emirates represented Uganda's most important suppliers, accounting for 18%, 12%, 9%, and 9% respectively. The United Arab Emirates, Kenya, Sudan, and Congo represent Uganda's most important customer, accounting for 27%, 13%, 12%, and 9% respectively. Algeria ranked 13th among Uganda's customers, which a share of 1.5%. Export capacity toward Uganda in this in the field of agriculture. Okay. In field of agriculture, Uganda import for about $7.6 million of fruit, and Uganda import 8.26 thousand a ton on margarine. Algeria export 1,087 624 ton of this product. And important United Value, the product which are important from Uganda are $2,182. The exported United Value for Algeria are $1,087. In the industry field, Uganda import the cement $73 per ton. Algeria export $38 the ton. $38. Sanitary towels and tampon, napping, and napkin, lingerie, and similar article of any material. Uganda import $70.35 million and Algeria export $3.35 million. Import United Value for Uganda, 3,160. Export United Value for Algeria, $1,518. in field of medicament, Uganda import $247 million and Algeria export $2.23 million. By the end, it should be noted that to provide all this information related to a foreign market and the export capability of Algeria and country and other country or any country, the Ministry of Trade and Promotion of Exportation has created a platform for benefit of this economic client. Thank you.
Another round of applause. Thank you so much. She had quite a bit of numbers there. I think we shall be able to, get more details so that we are able to understand some of what she was explaining in terms of imports and exports. We really appreciate your presentation. And she mentioned that they have a platform. We shall get more details from her about that platform that we can be able to use and work on the trade between the two countries. So I will now invite the other company from Algeria to speak to your presentation on energy. Do you want to make a presentation? Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, these are our guests. Let's give them a few more minutes just to make the presentation, and then we will proceed with questions. This is a pointer to change. Do you have his presentation? Okay. Okay.
Merci, madame. Mesdames et messieurs, bonsoir. Je m'appelle Lateb Hamid, je suis directeur central au niveau du groupe Son et Gaz. Donc, je vais essayer d'être rapide.
Kindly come and help here. You need to put your translation on.
Huh?
You need this on. He doesn't need it.
Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour, bonsoir. Donc, je m'appelle Lateb Hamid, je suis directeur central au niveau du groupe Son et Gaz. Donc, je vais essayer d'être rapide, je vais présenter le groupe Son et Gaz. Donc, le groupe Son et Gaz opère dans le secteur énergétique au niveau de l'Algérie. Donc, nous avons 12 sociétés qui sont contrôlées à 100%, donc qui garantissent particulièrement les métiers de base, les services et l'industrie. Donc nous avons ces sociétés qui garantissent ces métiers de base qui sont particulièrement la maintenance, le développement, le transport. Donc les métiers de base qu'on assure, nous avons le développement, la maintenance, l'exploitation des réseaux haute tension, des réseaux de distribution, les réseaux haute tension électrique et les réseaux haute pression gaz. Nous avons au niveau de la distribution, nous assurons aussi la distribution de l'énergie électrique et de l'énergie gaz. Nous assurons aussi la maintenance et l'exploitation des centrales de la production d'électricité. Nous avons aussi une filiale, Sonagaz ENR, qui exploite les centrales photovoltaïques en énergie ENR. Sonagaz aussi, il est partenaire avec 11 sociétés connues, dont deux sociétés sont contrôlées à plus de 50%. Grâce à ce partenariat, nous opérons dans l'industrie via Vijay, fabrication de transformateurs, BHI, Corée du Sud, pour la fabrication de chaudières, CDVR pour la fabrication d'isolateurs haute tension et moyenne tension, JIAT pour le montage et la fabrication de turbines à vapeur et turbines à gaz. Nous assurons aussi des services, plusieurs services, qui sont la digitalisation, la formation. Nous assurons aussi des services de transport exceptionnels. La Sonagaz aussi, via ses filiales, assure aussi beaucoup d'équipements de fabrication. Parmi eux, on peut citer la fabrication des pylônes, la fabrication des équipements électriques, la fabrication des compteurs d'électricité, des compteurs gaz et des compteurs à eau. Notre chiffre d'affaires, de Sonagaz, il a employé à 2022 plus de 94 000 employés. Nous avons plus de 94 000 employés, un chiffre d'affaires qui a atteint 2,4 milliards d'euros en 2022 et un investissement de plus de 1,4 milliard d'euros. Nous avons en Algérie plus de 11 millions de clients en électricité et plus de 7 millions de clients en gaz. Nous assurons l'alimentation de 99% de couverture en électricité en Algérie et de plus de 68% de couverture en alimentation en gaz. Notre filiale dans réseau transport électricité exploite un réseau de plus de 34 000 km qui alimente de plus de 388 postes haute tension. Il est constitué particulièrement d'un réseau interconnecté au nord et d'un réseau isolé au sud. Nous avons des interconnexions avec nos voisins Tunisie et Maroc via des lignes de 400 kV et 220 kV. Dans le cadre de la distribution, nous avons un réseau qui dépasse les 380 000 km. À l'échelle nationale, nous avons une couverture totale au niveau de l'Algérie, de l'électricité côté distribution. Pour le gaz, nous avons la société Transport Gaz qui a développé un réseau de plus de 23 000 km et un réseau de distribution de 149 600 km qui dessert plus de 68% des clients en Algérie. L'exercice 2022 a connu une capacité d'installation de 25 gigawatts en production et une énergie produite de 426 TWh durant l'exercice. Nous avons aussi une capacité installée en énergie renouvelable de plus de 511 MWh qui sont répartis à 372 MWh en photovoltaïque, 10 MWh en hydraulique, 10 MWh en éolienne et 129 MWh en hydraulique. La Sonagaz opère aussi dans la fabrication et l'industrie. Nous avons fabriqué en 2022 plus de 1300 compteurs électricité et plus de 500 000 compteurs gaz. Nous avons aussi la fabrication de 1200 volucompteurs. Nous fabriquons aussi des pylônes HT. Nous avons fabriqué en 2022 770 pylônes HTB en tension et plus de 12 000 supports et condelables. Nous avons aussi fabriqué plus de 6 600 supports à bout soudé. Nous fabriquons plusieurs types d'équipements, dont plus de 2500 tableaux basse tension. Dans le domaine des services, nous avons assuré plus de 478 000 hommes-jours durant l'exercice 2022, pour lesquels 23 800 ont été assurés pour 11 pays africains. Nous avons beaucoup de capacités de transport exceptionnelles. À titre d'exemple, nous avons transporté de développement aussi, nous avons inscrit à l'horizon 2035 une installation de 15 000 MW en énergie renouvelable qui sont répartis sur 45 wilayas au niveau du pays et avec une installation de 212 sites de production qui seront injectés sur des réseaux de transport et sur des réseaux de distribution. Nos filiales métiers ont à réaliser pour les 5 années à venir plus de 9 800 km de réseau haute tension qui vont alimenter plus de 189 postes haute tension. Aussi, au niveau de la distribution, nous aurons à réaliser plus de 100 000 km de réseau de distribution qui vont alimenter plus de 42 000 postes moyenne tension, basse tension et plus de 600 000 branchements électriques. Sur le gaz, nous allons réaliser dans les 5 années à venir plus de 1600 km de construction haute pression et plus de 36 500 km de canalisation qui vont servir à raccorder plus de 600 000 branchements gaz. Dans le cadre de nos services et fabrications, nous avons engagé l'installation de 1000 bornes électriques dans le cadre de la mobilité électrique pour les véhicules électriques. Et nous avons engagé dans le cadre de la sécurisation de nos clients plus de 22 millions de détecteurs de monocarbone en gaz. Nous sommes aussi dans des opportunités d'hydrogène où nous avons déjà engagé 4 sites pilotes pour l'injection de l'hydrogène dans les turbines à gaz. Notre potentiel est diversifié sur plusieurs activités. Parmi eux, on peut citer la digitalisation. Nous avons plus de 300 ingénieurs informaticiens et 3 data centers et nous avons une couverture de plus de 99% de services. Dans le cadre de la manutention des transports, nous avons des 500 ici en remorque qui peuvent transporter des modules de 52 mètres de longueur et 7 mètres de hauteur. En capacité de levage, nous pouvons y atteindre 1100 tonnes et en capacité de levage, nous pouvons atteindre 500 tonnes et en capacité de transport, nous pouvons atteindre 1100 tonnes. Dans le cadre de l'ingénierie, nous avons plus de 500 cadres d'études de compétences avérées qui opèrent dans le domaine de l'ingénierie haute tension, qui sont aussi accompagnés par 30 chefs projets. Dans le cadre de la formation, nous avons plus de 540 formateurs qualifiés, 2 écoles métiers et une école de management. Notre potentiel en fabrication est de 15 000 tonnes pour des pylônes de haute tension, toute tension confondue, 60 kV, 220 kV, 400 kV. Nous avons des capacités de produire 60 000 supports et comptables. Nous avons aussi des capacités de produire 30 000 supports à bout soudé. La Sonagaz a des capacités potentielles de production de 1 600 000 compteurs en électricité et d'1 200 000 compteurs en gaz. Dans les différents types d'équipements, nous avons des capacités de production de 6 000 tableaux tubes, 400 armoires, 40 000 tonnes de traitement de surface galvanisée et 20 aillettes de turbines à gaz. Dans le domaine de l'industrie, notre potentiel est varié. Nous avons la maîtrise du savoir-faire du processus de réalisation d'ingénierie et de conception avec notre partenariat Henku. Nous fabriquons aussi des isolateurs haute tension, moyenne tension avec notre partenariat Cidiver, France. Nous fabriquons aussi des compteurs d'eau avec notre partenariat Sensus. Nous avons aussi engagé la fabrication des transformateurs haute tension avec notre partenariat Bijay, la fabrication de chaudières et échangeurs thermiques avec BHI de la Corée et avec Algesco, nous assurons la réparation des turbines à gaz et des turbines à vapeur. Avec GIAT, nous assurons le montage des turbines à gaz, turbines à vapeur, la fabrication des turbines à gaz de faible puissance, la fabrication des équipements de poste haute tension, la fabrication de montage des unités de production, la fabrication d'équipements et des centrales de production, la fabrication des turbines à gaz. Je vous remercie pour m'avoir écouté. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Sonel Gas. He has explained to us a lot about what their the company is doing in the space of energy. He's talked about renewable energy. He's spoken about fabrication of pylons and many other equipment in the energy, digitization, engineering training. So there's quite a bit that we as Uganda will definitely learn from what his company is doing. I think they have a lot of potential. There's a lot of knowledge, rich knowledge in the space of energy that we can, and natural resources that we can pick from what Algeria is doing. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite UNOC, which is in almost the same space, and Uganda, we are still very young in this space, so we will have a lot to learn. UNOC, I know you, I heard that you're supposed to also have some people visit your place down in Hoima. Maybe you'll mention that as well. But tell us about the opportunities that we have in that space, so that then after he has spoken to us in 3 minutes, we will have questions. So for all those who have questions for the panel, kindly prepare them after we've heard from UNOC. Then we shall have questions. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you, MC. I just wanted to make a request. Can I pick 3 pictures from my slide?
Yes, please.
Yeah, if they can.
So you have the presentation
okay.
from.
Okay, that's good. I'll just tell him to go to the slide that is necessary. My name is Kasule David. I can control it. My name is Kasule David. I'm the manager at Kawalega Industrial Park. Kawalega Industrial Park falls under Uganda Refinery Holding Company, which is a subsidiary of UNOC, and Uganda National Oil Company operates across the value chain. I would like to bring my greetings from UNOC and salutations from the leadership of government, salutations to the visitors from Algeria. Vous êtes le bienvenu dans notre pays. My focus will really be on the industrial park. I know that there's a team coming in from Algeria next week, specifically to discuss oil and gas and the value chain, and led by Sonatrach. So I hope my colleague from Sonalgas will be part of the team. Then they'll discuss in detail. But the industrial park is also part of the projects under UNOC, and basically it's a platform for businesses that are linked to oil and gas and other businesses to generate income, both for Uganda and for themselves. The green button, okay. This is the first slide. This is important because it shows you the location of the industrial park and the oil and gas operations, and the location of Uganda in general in relation to the market. So if Algerians set up industry in Uganda, you're sitting right in the middle of the market for the whole of Africa, and it can be a springboard for more business operations. Okay. This map shows you the map of Uganda, and on the western side next to Lake Albert is where you have the red button where industrial park is going to be, and the green button is where the oil fields for Kingfisher, where we're going to extract the oil from, as well as the north, the green one, where we're going to extract oil from the north, and it collects into the industrial park, and it is sent, part of it goes to the refinery, part will be sent for export through Tanzania. So this is important because most of that industry will be in the western Uganda, but it will generate a whole range of economy in the region, in the country and the region. So for those of you who are interested in visiting the industrial park tomorrow, you'll be moving towards the western side of the country, okay? This is just a diagram which we'll share with you. It shows that UNOC operates across the value chain, upstream, midstream, and downstream. But that will be a discussion for the teams that will come next week, headed by Sonatrach. Okay? This diagram represents the industrial park. The industrial park is 3,000 hectares of land, and about 1,800 rentable. And you'll notice that in the diagram, we have a region for the refinery, which is sort of the purplish square on the right-hand side. And then you have the airport, which is the orange band in the middle. And then you have on the left-hand side, the green band, which is for agro-based industries. And then the deep purple for light and downstream industries. Then you have a blue, a deep blue for the commercial area, which will sort of be like a CBD, with retail and recreational facilities. Then you have the black area, south, which will be for residential and institutional development. On the right-hand side, you have the heavy industries, where you'll have the fertilizer and the polymer complexes and warehousing. So within this industrial park, we shall be having an airport, we shall be having a refinery, which will be providing feedstock for the downstream industries. And then you'll have general industries, which will take advantage of the presence of utilities, electricity, IT, water, and wastewater treatment to flourish and serve the region. In short, I think that's what I have. We are in the process of finalizing a land allocation policy. I think at the end of the year, we should be able to come out with adverts for those who are interested in occupying, taking tenancy in the park. And we'll be interested to pick addresses and contacts of Algerian businesses and also Ugandan businesses that will be interested to apply for land in the park. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Engineer Kasuli. So he has rushed through his presentation, but I think he has also mentioned clearly the kind of opportunities, and would like to encourage the Algerian companies that are around to kindly approach him for more discussions in that space. So now is the time for questions. For all those who have questions, please raise your questions to the panelists, and they will respond depending on the areas where they presented. I'd like to ask our team to go around with microphones. Put up your hand if you have a question, and then we shall get responses from our panelists. There is a question right in front here. Anybody with a microphone? Right here in front. Madam PS wants to raise a question. Kindly switch off your earphones, okay?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, our panelists, and thank you for the participation. My question is going straight to the gentleman from Sonel Gas. I would like to understand the kind of logistical support in terms of infrastructure and the soft infrastructure, whether we have got the kind of technology to safely move gas into Uganda all the way from Algeria in an efficient manner. Why I ask that is there a way that transporters customized to move, for example, fuel can be repurposed to move gas? I'm totally ignorant about this, but I think it is something that is due because the president has banned the exportation of timber. We no longer want to see the exportation of our green cover. We want only value-added commodities. But at the same time, he has also said we go slow on charcoal, which is the main source of energy for cooking in households. So how do you think we can safely bring products of Sonel gas, like gas, to Uganda?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sonal Gas will respond to that. We can take 2 more questions and then we shall get responses.
Good
Yes,
evening
please.
to you all.
I'm called Lucia Namviru, founder and managing director of Luna's Enterprises Uganda Limited. We are the best knitters of sweaters in East Africa. Another category, I'm the president of Organization of Women International Trade, Uganda chapter. That organization brings together women in production and manufacturers so that we can try to access market for products of women, especially local women. My question is, I've been talking about a lot of products which are needed in Algeria. What about craftsy? For me, I make sweaters like this one I'm putting on. I have ladies with shea butter, with the craftsy, African wear, and other products. Can we get also market in Algeria? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Lucia. She's trying to find out whether some of the commercial handicrafts made in Uganda, shea butter, can be consumed in Algeria. Yes, one more question on this end. Ladies with the microphone, please come to the extreme end.
A very good afternoon, everyone. Yes, my name is Warabuha Elijah. Normally when we are getting things from, say, Japan or China, we pay them in advance before they're sent to us. My question goes to the Algeria delegation. When you're buying things from us in Uganda, shall you pay us first before we send it to you the goods, or you would like to first receive the goods and then you send back the money? Because from experience, it has always been that when I'm getting a car from Japan, they first receive my money and then they ship the car to Uganda. How are we going to manage the mode of business? Is it payment first or delivery first? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So he's asking more about the payment terms, and I think that discussion normally happens when businesses sit to discuss one-on-one, but I hope the Minister of Trade will give us a general indication in terms of the discipline, how you handle businesses of this nature. Okay, so we are going to take the three questions. The first one was to Senol Gas on how you hope to get some of your commodity, your products here in Uganda. Thank you.
Merci, madame. Merci, madame. Donc, je vais répondre pour la première question en ce qui concerne comment peut-on utiliser et fabriquer du gaz en Algérie. Donc, d'abord, je tiens à vous rassurer que pour la Sonagaz, nous avons une maîtrise totale de la réalisation des conduits de gaz. Donc, nous avons une société qui est filiale, qui réalise les conduits de gaz haute pression. Et nous avons bien sûr une autre société qui réalise la distribution. Bon, nous pouvons vous accompagner sur plusieurs items. D'abord, nous avons un guide technique avec des normes de réalisation et qui fait ressortir tout type d'études nécessaires à la réalisation du gaz. Nous avons aussi, pour vous donner une idée générale sur comment le gaz est transporté en Algérie. Donc nous l'achetons chez Sonatrach via les raffineries. Donc nous le transportons à des hautes pressions. Nous avons après des détenteurs abaisseurs. Donc nous avons des postes de haute pression qui abaissent vers la moyenne pression. Et à partir de la moyenne pression, nous avons des conduites de sortie en moyenne pression qui vont venir bien sûr avec différents diamètres, selon les débits, selon le nombre d'abonnés. Donc, je suis certain qu'on peut vous être utile. Nous avons une expérience très avérée, peut-être, je vais dire, à l'échelle mondiale, puisqu'on assure, chez nous, presque tous les clients, nos clients sont déjà alimentés en gaz. Et on assure que dans tout le territoire nord et sud du pays. Maintenant, les détails, peut-être on ne peut pas les discuter comme ça, mais en termes d'études, engineering, réalisation, nous avons des filiales, nos filiales peuvent vous assister, peuvent apporter un plus dans l'alimentation des foyers en gaz. Je ne sais pas si j'ai répondu à votre question.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think you responded really appropriately. We can have now you respond to the question on the products that you can buy from Uganda in terms of shea butter, crafts, hand products made out of a lot of the natural products from Uganda, like handicrafts. So please go ahead.
Pour la question de la dame, pour l'artisanat, nous avons je pense que nous avons aussi notre produit artisanal et aussi je vous oriente à contacter vos homologues de producteurs, les producteurs artisanaux algériens, primo pour échanger d'expérience dans le domaine et voir la demande algérienne aussi et la possibilité de faire un produit qui attire la clientèle algérienne.
Thank you very much. So tomorrow you'll engage them more to get more details on that because they facilitate businesses. So the Ministry of Trade, the Agency on Promotion of Investments are all here. So they'll be able to guide you more on that aspect. So we had one more question, which was, let me just check, the final question was in relation to the payment terms. Okay, I think that still goes to you on Ministry of Trade in terms of what, is the standard way that payments are done. Do you need advance payment? Do you need delivery first and then payment later? How do you handle the terms of payment generally in Algeria? Thank you.
Je pense que sur cette question, les deux opérations se font en parallèle. C'est pas le paiement à l'avance ou bien le produit qui va transporter. C'est les deux opérations qui se font en même temps, sauf que parfois que la procédure des banques ou bien ça prend un peu du temps. Voilà.
Okay, thank you very much. I think she has ably responded to that question, and like she says, it really depends on the kind of businesses or business you're doing and the way the two parties we'll discuss and agree. So do we have any more burning questions for our panelists? So we have one more here and one more at the very back. So the ladies with the microphones, one can bring it right up to the front here. And then we'll have the second question from the back. So after these two questions, I think we can then wind up this panel session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My interesting question is about agriculture. And I had the minister from the trade of Algerian side talk about a lot of phosphates mining in Algeria. I would like to know if they have already products which we can use as fertilizers in agriculture, because that is where I have the biggest interest to import fertilizers. Most of it has been coming from Europe, which is good, but at least I heard they have a lot of deposits of phosphates, which is the main component in fertilizer. So I want to know more highlights about that, then we can be able to import some of these products.
Thank you very much. Yes, the second question from the back.
Hello, everyone. I'm called Onen Dennis Clifford. Hello, everyone. I'm called Onen Dennis Clifford from Ministry of Foreign Affairs. My question would go to my Algerian brothers. I'm asking about housing. We have been talking about oil and gas. We have been talking about export. But is there any planned strategy to invest in cheap, affordable housing in this country? Because we have serious housing deficit in this country. Is there any investor planning to come over to Uganda and invest in cheap, affordable housing so that every Ugandan could have a roof over his or her head? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we'll take those two questions. There's one more. So that will be the last question we'll take.
Merci beaucoup pour l'opportunité. Je m'appelle Kiza Alexander et je travaille avec KCC Tourism Investors Forum. Mon question dépose de tourisme et d'investissement dans le tourisme de chez nous à Rwenzori. Nous avons une grande montagne dans l'Afrique, ce qu'on appelle le Rwenzori. Et je demande si vous avez le tourisme chez vous qui monte des montagnes et que si vous avez des investissements qui vont faire comment nous allons avoir l'accessibilité à ces montagnes-là. Merci beaucoup.
So unfortunately, I didn't hear that question. My microphone went off. My headsets went off. But I think it was in line with tourism. So I'll take those. Do we have one more? So that's the last question that we shall take, and then we'll get responses.
Thank you so much. I'm called David Mwezi. And my question goes to the gentleman from UTP. In an effort to promote trade, we have had a good effort from PASEIT. We have had a good effort from Ministry of Trade, then also from Ministry of Internal Affairs. Now, my question is, you seem not to be matching with these other partners in the struggle. Are there measures you are putting in place to match with these other partners? I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the question. That was to UTB in terms of the areas interventions you have in relation to the different efforts that we have going on to increase our exports and tourism revenues. So ladies and gentlemen, let's turn to the panel now to respond. The first question was on importation of fertilizers. So Uganda is a country that focuses a lot on agriculture, and somebody wants to know how to import fertilizers given the potential Algeria has. Are you able to respond to that, Minister of Trade? Do you have fertilizer companies that we have here that are ready to, for Ugandans to buy fertilizers from? He can respond? Okay. Where is the microphone? Kindly bring the microphone here. There's a microphone behind you.
Bonjour, je voudrais répondre à la question. D'accord. Je voudrais répondre tout d'abord sur la question concernant l'importation des engrais. Je voudrais faire savoir à nos amis ougandais que nous détiendrons, nous sommes la deuxième réserve mondiale en phosphate. Nous avons une réserve de plus de 3 milliards de mètres cubes de phosphate. Nous avons deux grandes compagnies qui produisent tout genre d'engrais, une entreprise nationale et une deuxième entreprise mixte avec nos amis qataris. Et donc, nous avons une forte production et nous pouvons satisfaire nos amis ougandais en la matière. Ça, c'est la première question. En ce qui concerne, je voudrais aussi faire un petit commentaire sur les produits artisanaux. Les produits artisanaux chez nous, c'est comme les autres produits. Elles seront les bienvenues. Elles seront les bienvenues. Et je crois qu'on peut passer aussi un partenariat via notre chambre de commerce, avec la chambre de commerce nationale ougandaise, pour étudier cette question, pour pouvoir placer les produits artisanaux qu'ils seront les bienvenus chez nous. Merci bien.
Thank you very much. I think he needs, thank you very much for that. So he has emphasized that they have a lot of potential to cover all that we need in fertilizers. Yes? Okay. So he has an addition on terms of payment that he wants to make, but he has confirmed that they are ready to work with Ugandan companies.
Donc aussi, je voudrais faire un petit commentaire sur l'histoire des paiements. Chez nous, nous sommes connectés avec le réseau international et mondial de paiement. Les paiements chez nous se font le plus normalement du monde, comme a dit ma collègue, donc via les deux méthodes. Des fois, on accrédite des LC, on appelle ça chez nous les lettres de crédit. On ouvre une lettre de crédit de programme d'importation et qui se fait et se réalise sur toute l'année, le plus normalement du monde. Oui, nous sommes un peu regardants sur le transfert international des fonds, parce que le jour d'aujourd'hui, tout le monde le sait qu'il y a beaucoup d'opérations de blanchiment d'argent. On est un peu souciant, on est un peu regardant sur la question de transfert et de manipulation d'argent à l'international. Mais aussi, je voudrais souligner que cette inquiétude ou cette réticence, elle est motivée, elle est motivée par le souci de bien faire les choses et éviter les conflits de transactions. Mais jusqu'à aujourd'hui, mon pays opère le plus normalement du monde avec nos clients. Nos clients à l'international sont très satisfaits et nous n'avons aucun problème en la matière.
Thank you so much for that clarity in terms of payment. I think he has clearly brought it out that like any other country, they have the standards of payment through LCs and many other international payment standards that they can use. So you are very welcome. I don't remember whether you gave us your name, but I think he's one of the contact people you need to approach in terms of the detail of information on businesses. So he is the CEO of the Chamber of Commerce. So now we know where to get all that information. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, the issue on tourism. A gentleman behind raised a question on tourism. Unfortunately, I didn't get the full detail of his question because my headset was off. Do you want to repeat your question? I don't know whether my panelists picked it well.
D'accord. Je vais parler en anglais pour savoir qu'il comprend bien ce que j'ai demandé. Premièrement, I asked that do we have mountain climbers in Algeria? And if we can have them directed to come and climb Mount Rwenzori, then how would tour operators in tourism, especially from rural areas like where I come from in Kasese, could benefit from this kind of engagement in the tourism sector? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's an invitation for all Algerians to come and enjoy our... Yes. He wants to respond. Oh, okay. So kindly bring a microphone to this, to the CEO of Chamber of Commerce Algeria. He will respond to that.
Rebonjour. Je voudrais aussi faire un petit commentaire sur les questions de tourisme. Moi, personnellement, je suis pour la première fois à Kampala, this beautiful city, this beautiful country. Je voudrais souligner que il pourrait y avoir beaucoup de gens, beaucoup de clients en matière de tourisme. On est en train de, le jour d'aujourd'hui, mon pays, nos citoyens sont à la recherche de nouvelles destinations, nouvelles partenaires. Nous sommes ouverts. Je voudrais aussi souligner que ce qu'on avait signé hier avec nos homologues au niveau de la Chambre de commerce et l'installation du Conseil d'affaires algéro-ougandais va être un mécanisme très fiable, très pratique pour étudier ce genre de questionnement. Aussi, je voudrais souligner et saluer de votre pupitre, si vous le permettez, nos deux ambassadeurs, notre ambassadeur ici à Kampala et l'ambassadeur ougandais à Alger, qui ont fait un titanesque effort, un effort considérable pour faciliter l'organisation, cette merveilleuse organisation d'aujourd'hui. Malgré l'éloignement, ils ont tout facilité et selon ça, c'est-à-dire c'est une assurance qu'on peut faire beaucoup de bonnes choses, et notamment dans le domaine du tourisme, parce que vous le savez, le domaine du tourisme passe par l'octroi des visas, etc., et tout le reste de la logistique. Le jour d'aujourd'hui, mon pays est en train d'ouvrir des lignes aériennes et maritimes directes en Afrique. La semaine dernière, on a inauguré une ligne aérienne de notre compagnie aérienne à Algérie sur Addis Abeba. Nous sommes en train de réfléchir, pourquoi pas, une ligne directe aérienne sur Kampala et peut-être même des lignes maritimes. Merci bien.
Thank you very, very much for those remarks. I think he has assured Ugandans that yes, definitely Algeria will want to partner in that space. The tour agents and tour operators that are in the room, I think this message you should take very seriously. And, you know, the fact that the chambers are signing the MOU or have signed an MOU, that even strengthens our relationship. He also spoke about having our own airlines land in Algeria, and this is an effort that we are trying now to see how best to achieve it. Okay, so I think those were some of the questions. The last question was to UTB to share more about their intervention as Uganda Tourism Board in the space of increasing our export revenue for export of services. Yes.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I didn't get the name for the gentleman who asked the question, but David, thank you for the question. At UTB, we know that we cannot market this destination alone. So in most of our activities we do work with the private sector and the other MDAs. We have a saying that tourism is public sector led and private sector driven. So all the activities we do consult with the private sector. PASAID, we're already working with them in Serbia. We did exhibit with PASAID, and for all the other activities where we couldn't participate, we do propose a lot of promotional materials that we do offer for free to whoever is going out there to showcase, to market, to sell Uganda, and so they can support you in a way. And we also have some here that will be giving out at the exhibition. And then we also do work with the private sector and other MDAs, the embassies across the world to showcase Uganda at international trade fairs. So those we are doing, and we have been doing for a very, very long time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, UTB. So ladies and gentlemen, I think we can conclude this session with this panel. I'd like to request that you give them one more round of applause. Our dear panelists, thank you so much for your contribution. Thank you for the information you have shared. This is just the beginning. We shall have the whole of tomorrow to have a lot more business discussions. You can now take your seats. So ladies and gentlemen, so this panel basically concludes our discussion for today. So I'd like to request that we briefly wind up for today, but as we wind up, I'd like to mention that tomorrow we shall be having a full business day. And I'd like to request that all the companies from Algeria that we have here, please come tomorrow. We would like to hear from you, so we will invite you to come and speak to us and tell us what you've brought and tell us what you're looking for in Uganda. The Uganda businesses as well, I would like to encourage you that you should come in tomorrow and listen to Algeria, but also share the areas of investment, partnership, and exports where you want the Algerian guests to be able to partner with you. So tomorrow we'll basically have a lot of the B2B discussions so that we come out with deals and we have value for our interactions. So as we wind up the day, ladies and gentlemen, our honorable ministers, our ambassadors, the heads of the Chamber of Commerce, you all know that we have an exhibition that is taking place at the end of this hotel, and we would like to encourage you to go and visit the companies that have exhibited. There's a lot that Algeria has brought to Uganda to attract our business people and the general public to participate and do business with them. We also have a number of Ugandan companies exhibiting, and we would like to ask that you go and visit the exhibition and ensure that you buy a few things and you engage with our business people there. I'd also like to mention that we have a dinner this evening. It is by invite, and this is mainly for our Algerian partners and a number of our business people. So for the Algerian team, there will be transport to the Sheraton Hotel for you at 6 o'clock. And we ask that you, the transport team will be able to organize you to go from the hotel to Sheraton. Sheraton is not very far from here, so we are looking forward to continue this conversation at Sheraton this evening. So for the Ugandan team, you'll be informed. For those who will participate in the dinner, unfortunately, we can't have everybody because the numbers are limited, but we are looking forward to having this discussion carried on tomorrow. So as we conclude the day, for the delegates who are staying in this hotel, we also encourage that you go and visit the exhibitions. For the Ugandans, please don't miss to walk through the exhibitions and engage the business people. Okay, give me a minute. Sorry, I just needed some guidance on part of our program tomorrow. So because it's a business-to-business session, what we will do, we will organize part of the sitting in terms of sectors. So if you are a coffee company, we shall have a section for coffee companies so that our Algerian visitors know whom to engage in that sector. If you're in fruits and vegetables, we shall also put a section there for you so that you will be able to know whom to engage. And we'll have young people around to guide you in terms of your sitting. We are trying to encourage business discussions on some of the key sectors where we are looking to do business. I hope that is clear. Okay, so as we summarize today, we thought it's important that we pick out the key areas and wrap up our day. So I'll just ask that the chairman per se comes and wraps up, just highlighting a few key areas that we have out of today's session before we end the day. So, Mr. Ravogo, you're welcome to summarize the day and wrap up some of the key action areas or some of the key issues that we have picked out of today's session, and then we can conclude the day. Thank you.
So it's not good manners to come on the microphone when people are closing. But clearly, I just wanted us to wrap up day one with some takeouts, especially for the private sector, for us to think through as we start the day tomorrow. And here are the takeouts for me in no order of organization. So you heard about fertilizers. Uganda imports $33 million worth of fertilizers, at least by 2020. A lot of those fertilizers are imported by OWC, and they come from Ukraine, Russia, before we had the war in 2022. But you have had producers of fertilizers, and here is what I think we could do tomorrow. There should be a conversation about a ship that is full coming and a ship that is going full out of Uganda. You heard that story. I hope we can pick this up. So if we were to fill a ship with fruits, dried beef, pineapples, avocados, coffee, and then we return that ship with fertilizers, the current, I hope you are listening to me carefully, because this is the real business. A cost of a container post-COVID-19 is $1,800. We can make all the good speeches, but this is the real deal. It's $18,000 for you to take a container up to Mombasa. We're now trying to reverse that process to see, can we not have the free zone of Kenya and the free zone of Uganda for those businesses that can assemble aggregate in the free zones? Can we not have these institutions speak together? And the Algerians did not speak about this. They too have a free zone in Algiers. Suppose we connect the free zone of Kenya, of Uganda, and Algeria so that these products are tax-free. This knocks down a bit of the $1,800. Secondly, if you return a ship full and you take a ship full, you have now knocked off $550 alone because there's return cargo. So when I say be deliberate, listen more so that we can now look at what do we do in our country that can immunize us against loss or high charges on of our road transport. So Brenda, I hope that the PASAID people and Minister of Trade are capturing these. We need to speak about fertilizers coming in and put the money we are spending and take some 30-40% and do a dry run. This will lessen the cost of export. The other thing I heard very well, they were trying to point it out, Ugandans, but the language didn't come out very well. How do I underwrite an invoice? So if I buy milk today, I pay immediately. But they are going to pay me back in 60 days. I want advance payment. Them they are saying letter of credit, us we are saying advance payment. You know, in Uganda, exports don't have language. And when something doesn't have language, it doesn't have good meaning. What they are looking for is, how do you intermediate that period of 60 days? Where do we get money from? So tomorrow's question should be, do you have export credit fund agencies that we can tie to ours so that they underwrite those invoices and pull in people like Exim Bank, pull in people like that trillion shillings that was given by Uganda Bankers Association, and make these funds to work to fill the gap? So I want people with finance knowledge in tomorrow's breakout session to focus on that. The third one I picked is tourism. So there's a young man from Kasese wants Rwenzori. They are people with sandy beaches. They have a Mediterranean kind of climate. They do not necessarily have cold places. Actually, they have winter. But Rwenzori is better than Kilimanjaro, sorry, I think, by about 60% more. Because I'm making mistakes, West Africa. But I have heard people have climbed both. And they say, I have not climbed any of them, they say that Rwenzori is 40% more of the flora, fauna, culture, geography than Kilimanjaro. But what UTB did not tell you is Kilimanjaro gets 60,000 tourists every year, each leaving $3,000 on average. That's 198 million on one mountain. Rwenzori gets 1,500, each leaving $1,000. That's about 1.9. So you do the math, Ugandans, and see how far you are. So the issue is now, how do you deal with tourist attractions that require content to be given to these Algerians? For every location, you need at least geography, culture, history. So Uganda Tourism Board is very, very important that we work with travel agents in the breakout session, provide particular content that they don't have or that they go to other countries for, and be very specific what we are discussing. I don't have to speak about Uganda Airlines. The fourth thing I had was housing. We have 500,000 houses, 3-bedroom, 500,000, no, 2-bedroom, 500,000 in Kampala, Entebbe, Jinja, Greater Mukono, Wakiso, 500,000 houses. Are there cheap funds or agencies that are in construction that Ministry of Housing and Urban Development of Uganda can sign with? So be very specific what you're looking for in the conversation. And then finally, what I had is manufacturing and assembly. It came through that Sonelgas. They manufacture meters, they assemble, they have training sessions. I think my sister Geraldine raised a good question on gas. So you are gas flaring as eunuch, we know that. There is a law that says don't flare. When we start production in 2025, we need a gas producer. And there is a gas producer here telling you, I do pipelines, I can pour this into every home, I can assemble meters and pylons. So let's not talk above, let's just go a bit down and say, what do we do tomorrow to get this assembler in the country? Then finally is logistics and transport. That Mr. Muller talked about a ship full. Please take that seriously. So can we get a ship half the price and we give it a convenience flag of Uganda and sign an MOU over it with Algeria and dedicate this ship to Ugandan cargo so that we load the ship from Entebbe by documentation? I thought I needed to mention these things. I was just taking notes there so that tomorrow we are very specific what we are looking for. So Brenda, what you need to tell us is, who leads what tomorrow? How do we break out? For me, that's so important, that in the breakout sessions, there are translators and there are groups that are in the real business, that are walking the talk, so that URA, I didn't talk about regulation. My brother spoke about the various taxes, but these are trade barriers. We need to strengthen more knowledge on taxes in Algeria and taxes we can remove in Uganda, because for me, our strategy is, if you give me X, I give you Y. Bratislav, stand up. Stand up as an example, and then I resume my seat. Bratislav is our trade rep in Serbia. In January, the president of Serbia will be here. He will find us with a list of 17 products, which we want them to remove taxes. On their side, they are coming with their own 17 to say, if we bring technology to pack something, remove the tax. As if we bring roasted coffee, take it from 17 to $3. Sit. This is the conversation I want us to think about with Algeria. What is it under GTI, under FCTA, the products specifically we can remove, negotiate tax removal for, that today we're not thinking about. I am happy that Geraldine and the chamber brought people here of the Business Council. What I just said here are the terms of reference for that Business Council. That's the specificity we are looking for as we kick off this Business Council meeting tomorrow afternoon. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Mr. Rabogo as we conclude. I think he has set our pace for tomorrow very well. So in the morning, we shall give you the seating arrangement, the breakout sessions, but the discussion will be happening in this space. So tomorrow, come right here in this space, then we shall give you full explanation of how we are going to conduct the session. So thank you so much, and I wish you a very, very good evening. Thank you.